All right. Happy solar eclipse morning. How are you all feeling?
Mm, I'm tired.
And that could have something to do with the fact that it's 6 a.m. there.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Tired yesterday too, though. I don't know. I've kind of been drained the last few days for whatever reason.
Well, the solar eclipse, uh, it does different things to different people.
Mm,
So that just could have been what was happening to you because this is a big one.
okay.
This is a big one. I remember last year, remember the big total solar eclipse, and everybody flocked to like the totality zone and they were
Mhm.
booking their hotels like 2 years in advance.
Yep.
Yeah, that was nothing compared to this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd read that it was a lot, but I didn't realize the comparison between the two. So,
Yeah, just because you see it better in the sky like we did last year has
mhm.
no influence on it. It's the sign that it's in, it's where it's in, like the eclipses run on an axis of two polar opposite signs, and we are at the end of this axis. So it started 2 years ago,
Okay.
and so it's the end. Plus, it's in Aries. Plus, Neptune moves into Aries tomorrow, which it is a very, very slow moving planet. Like there is a convergence of stuff happening.
Energies, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, apparently they're making me really tired.
Yeah, and I mean, you could interpret that as you need to rest.
And maybe that's true because I mean, I was like truly unexplained tired yesterday. Like there was no reason. Plenty of sleep the night before, nothing, stressing me out that I was aware of. And I was just like all day, it was like, am I gonna make it to, my next appointment?
Yeah, and when you have extreme tired, you are integrating the energies. Like literally the energies say kind of like they lay you on an operating table and it puts you under anesthesia so that the work can be done. And that's what the extreme tired is. You're basically on the table under anesthesia, stop moving, let the energies come in and integrate.
Mhm.
Because if we're moving too fast, if we're too busy, you miss the whole thing.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense.
Yeah. So yeah. So Melanie, how have you been feeling? Like yesterday, so far this morning?
This this morning I woke up even before my because I set an alarm to make sure I didn't oversleep. I woke up before it, ready to go. Let's be energized. Let's get things done. That's
Okay.
how I felt.
I want to be
Um,
you.
yeah.
Awesome. 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 Yeah, I had a very vivid, like a dream that I cannot, like, I can't even shake it right now, that absolutely tracks to last April's solar eclipse and then the one the spring before that. It's like, oh my gosh, it has to deal with my parents passing and the family home, and it's like, oh my gosh, like
Mhm.
like total eclipse energies. So, and
Wow.
I was really agitated yesterday because when I look at the house in my astrological chart that this eclipse is hitting, it's like, well, that explained how I felt yesterday and why I needed a 3 hour timeout on the couch with a massive pre-night epidote quartz laying on me, which we're going to talk about that today. So, okay. So we're going to go through, well, before we get started, do you have any questions from last weekend? What we covered?
Nope, think I'm pretty caught up. I reread, read the book and stuff, so
Mhm. Okay.
kind of fresh in my mind.
All right, good. We are going to go through We're going to go through the advanced crystals today. I'm hoping we get through all of them, but there's 29 of them. I keep adding. I took some away. I've added some. So if you have any of those and want to have them with you while I talk about them, you could certainly grab those. And by the end of the day, like at the very end of the day, we will taste test the Shungite water. So do your best to just try not to jiggle it because there is an observation I want you to make about the water before we do that. All right, and if you have a pendulum, of course, I don't have a pendulum. I don't even know where my pendulums are. All right, I'll figure it out. All right, so we are going to dive into the transpersonal chakra system. So we are on page 61 in your workbook. So in the basic class, we went through the 7 primary chakras, which everyone is born with. Like they are born, they are activated, nobody needs to do anything. They're always there. They can go out of balance, they can be like balanced, they can be depleted, they can be working over excessively. But we're going to add 5 more to what we do, to basically the layouts that we are doing. So I am going to show you a video because Dr. Valerie Hunt, she has since passed away, but she was a professor at UCLA, and she spent her career studying the energy field and studying chakras and being able to literally document them. And she used telemetry instruments and was able to find high frequency electrical impulses coming from the chakras. Now, the chakras are not only physically in our body, they are in the energy field. Okay, so they are multidimensional. They are not just in us and they are not just outside of us. They are everything. They are all of that. Now, there was also another scientist by the name of Dr. Motoyama, and he did some chakra scientific tests. And he, in one of his tests, he had 2 groups of people. One group of just everyday people, and a second group of spiritual people. People who understood healing, they knew what the chakras were, they knew how to work with the chakras. And he placed them in a room, basically a frequency deprivation room. So it was a room where there were no frequencies coming in. And he used telemetry instruments to measure not only their their aura, their electromagnetic field, but he also measured their chakras, and he found high levels of photons coming out of the chakras, especially in high levels out of the spiritual group, because they instinctively knew to just mentally focus on the chakra, and that would help to start activating. And so he was able to scientifically prove in this study that, first of all, every cell in the body emits more than 100,000 light impulses or photons per second. So we're constantly emitting light. And these light photons not only come from living beings like animals and people, but also from any living thing, and that can include plants. And these photons are the steering mechanism behind all biochemical reactions in the body. So these light photons are necessary to stay alive, to be healthy. And that's how the chakras work. The chakras, it's not just a bunch of woo-woo. It is necessary, mandatory in order to feel healthy, and not just at the physical level, but at the emotional level, the mental level, the spiritual level, all of those layers in the energy field. And another scientist by the name of Jeff Franin, he's a neuroscientist, and he used electrocardiogram instrument and was able to document through the crown chakra that when we have ideas and thoughts, They actually travel through the crown chakra, and he was able to document that. So these chakras are very important, not only when we focus on them, but when we put a crystal on them. First of all, we've used intention. You know, if we take a crystal and put it on a chakra, it is our intention that's already working on the chakra plus the frequency of the crystal. Now, you can even add an essential oil and you can start, doubling and tripling the frequency effect. Now, this chakra column is also called a light column. That's what I call it. It's a light column because it is where all the light in our body transmits out through the blood vessels, the veins, to all the organs, to all the limbs, and it goes out into the energy field. The left side of the light column represents our past, and it also represents a feminine energy. So like if you have like a chronically achy left shoulder, you have something from the past weighing you down, and it could be a feminine energy. It could be you doing something, or it could literally be another feminine energy in your life that is weighing you down. Whereas the right side of the body is a masculine energy, and it also represents the future. So we tend to get a lot of worry and fear about the future. So worry and fear can sit on the right side of the body. Also masculine energy, like if you've got a boss or a coworker that's masculine. It doesn't mean that they're male, because there are some females that have very strong masculine energy, but that masculine energy could cause problems. So just knowing this, you can start to isolate, why do I have this issue? Why do I have this pain? Why do I have this organ that is causing me problems? And if you start looking at past, future, feminine, masculine, you can start to drill down to the root cause. Now, I'm going to talk about these 5 chakras, and later in your book, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, you can do what's called an advanced transpersonal chakra layout. And I'm going to go through some of the crystals that you can use and where these 5 additional chakras are located. This is a layout that you don't do on a newbie. It's too much. It is way too much. So if you have not, created a consistent crystal practice, I would not throw yourself into this layout right away. I would do some more basic layouts, even just holding a single crystal and meditating, like get your frequency ready. And the same thing if you want to practice, like on a friend or a family member, I would not throw them into this layout. It is too much of a good thing. So they need to have had some energy work done, and then you can elevate to this level. Okay, so let me show you. I want to show you Dr. Valerie's. I talked about Valerie Hunt's chakra study. So let me show you this. Here, hold on. Hold on. Where'd the screen go? There we go. All right, share. Okay, here we go. And you'll have a link to this so that you can also watch this.
Following film shows the human energy field radiating outward from the body. It dynamically changes based on the physical conditions, the feeling states, the motivations of the person, in interaction with energy radiation from objects and living things. The existence of the human energy field, or the aura, was validated and studied by over 12 years of high-frequency recordings in my laboratory at UCLA. This film shows the field not ordinarily seen, but now visible through computer color enhancement. Like all living things, this little dog has a sizable radiant field. even when he sits quietly. Notice now, as he greets his master, the obvious love and affection between them increases the dynamic radiation from their bodies, even the dog's tail and the man's head. No wonder so many people have pets who give them pleasure and provide a vital field of energy to interact with. See the dull radiation from the body of this man eating junk food. All of these foods are lifeless in vibration. They are dead and quite inert, unable to reproduce life. These do not feed the energy field. The vibrations are low in frequency and small in amplitude, providing only calories and chemicals. Without life-giving electromagnetic energies, the man's energies remain dull and small. Notice the layers of vibrating radiation extending from the man's body and the fruit as he touches and eats these living seeds. In contrast, see the static vibrations from the chair and table. Even before eating, these foods nourish the electromagnetic fields and enliven his field. Fruits, vegetables, grains, and seeds are vibrant living substances which enhance the human field and are therefore called health foods. Wherever there is motion in the universe, there is increased flow in the field that humans interact with. See the explosive activity from the waves and from his body. Also, the electromagnetic field of the body is negatively charged or ionized, as are waves or tumbling water, which further expands and heightens his field, giving a physical exuberance and emotional excitement. No wonder that a day at the beach is so exhilarating and vitalizing. We all love a babbling brook and the freshness of outdoor vegetation in mountains. Most of us believe that it is relaxation and beauty which refreshes us. From our research, we have discovered that living plants and rarefied atmosphere provide a richer field of negative ions, which heightens and replenishes our own energy field. Notice that the man's field becomes light in color and high in frequency. It sparkles and radiates some distance from his body. This vignette of child and man is a candid happening, unstaged. Notice that the movement of the child's and the man's head also creates emotion in their energy fields. Exercise, walking, and physical work create an energy field dynamic in the body, which is vitalizing, giving feelings of aliveness. When exercise is done outdoors, the fields of growing plants, wind, and air further increase the electromagnetic pool. This scene of mother and son is also unstaged. See that as the child moves into the mother's field, the affection between them changes the overall field to a pink color. Individuals' fields blend and enhance when there
I'm going to stop there for a second. Do you see the crown chakra off of the child?
Mhm.
is a warm, caring relationship. These energy fields are the largest and the whitest that we have shown. She is oming. On the breath inhalation, the radiant field diminishes, and on exhalation, it expands and envelops the child. We have known for a long time that Gregorian chants, oming, humming, singing, and whistling create an energy which perks up emotions and brings an expanded consciousness.
I love that video because it shows that our energy field impacts those around us. And that I think is frankly a powerful lesson for everybody to learn that we are not just, self-contained.
Mhm.
We're not self-contained, and our energy field influences those around us. So that last part of that video, when the mom was chanting, you saw the color of her aura changed. It grew brighter, it grew larger in shape, and it changed the child. And the child had no idea what was going on, but it influenced and changed the color of the child's frequency and aura and the strength and the vibrancy of it. So I think that's a big thing for everybody to learn, that we impact others, whether it's humans or animals. So all right, so let me go through these 5 new chakras that we can start working with. The first one is the Earth chakra. This is located, it's actually not in our body, it is outside of our body. All 5 of these are out in the energy field. They are not physically in us like the 7 primaries. Okay, so we're working out in the energy field. So this is below our feet, and it is our connection to the earth, because the earth is its own chakra connection for us. And it is really an important chakra to align with, because then it activates all the higher ones that I'm about to talk about. And you know, in the basic class, you may remember that I talked about, if we do not tamper down fear in the lower chakras, like starting with the root chakra, it will snake its way up the light column. So the earth chakra, when we are deeply connected, we can actually eliminate feeling fear. Now, humans are hardwired for fear, animals are hardwired to experience fear, but we can virtually eliminate fear when we are deeply connected with the earth. And this is a very important chakra for us to really connect with, because as we go through all these crystals, you're going to find a theme that we have to ground and ascend our energy simultaneously. When we connect with the earth chakra and become aligned with it, we are deeply grounded. So anxiety, restlessness, agitation, anger, fear, all disappear. All right. And this earth chakra connects with our soul star chakra, which I will talk about in a minute. So these are some of the crystals, and these are just crystals talked about in the basic class, or I will talk about for the rest of today. So we're dealing with our blacks, our browns, and our silver crystals. So you've got a list of crystals in your workbook. On the screen, it's black tourmaline, hematite, smoky quartz. I've given you additional information, like if you want to, you know, have an angelic connection that is connected to the earth chakra. I've got angels listed. I've got your essential oils listed. And, you know, if your root chakra is chronically out of balance, and that's the chakra that gives us safety, security, a feeling of community, if that is out of balance, your earth chakra is likely also going to be out of balance. So, you know, how we connect with the earth chakra is not only through the crystals placed 6 to 12 inches below our feet when we do a layout, but visualizing going very deep to the iron core crystal of the earth. So in like if you think to the seasonal ceremonies that I do in the sacred shift, I always have us start out by deeply grounding to the iron core crystal of the earth, and then we connect to the highest realms. That's what this is. This is first connecting to the earth, because the earth is very protective, very healing, very grounding. And when we can stay connected to her, as the energies are just shifting, like today, huge shifts and integration of light codes coming in, light codes coming from outside the universe. really coming from the star systems, coming from the astrological placements. We have to be grounded in order to integrate those. And so those who are very aware of this, who can ground themselves, you're going to integrate and then you elevate, you evolve. This is part of the evolution. That's what the shift is. All right. The next chakra is the Zeal chakra. This is actually located at the base of your skull. So you got that indentation, like right in the middle of the back of your head. And this is the chakra that connects to your nervous system. There is a lot of nervous system dysregulation happening right now. So the Zeal chakra is a very, very important chakra to work with. Some people call it the mouth of God or the well of dreams, but what this is where when we can activate this chakra, it's not automatic. There are things we have to do, but when we can activate it, we are then connecting our communication, which is our throat chakra, our intuition, which is our third eye, because this is right in the middle. We now are connecting so that we are intuitive and communicating that at the same time. This is the chakra that also allows the Kundalini energy that starts in the root chakra and snakes up the body to get to the higher chakras. Okay. You cannot force this chakra to open. It only opens and activates when you have engaged in really reflecting on your life, engaging in forgiveness. That's a big thing. There are, too many people walking around, still thinking about that slight or that, the bad behavior of somebody back in junior high. And we have to engage in forgiveness so that we let it go because that's baggage, that's heavy baggage. And the Zeal chakra cannot be activated with that heavy energy. And you'll know when it is activating because you're going to start hearing a lot of buzzing in your ears. And a lot of people think it's tinnitus. And it may be, but it's also the Zeal chakra opening because you're now hearing frequencies. You're able to speak spiritual truth. And you know it's true, like you feel it. Like when I say something that may not be documented by a research study, but it's a spiritual truth that is coming through me. It's not coming from me, it's coming through me. When I do that, I get goosebumps. That is my temperature test. Yours may be different. Like you may just have a knowing. But you'll just start speaking truth, and spiritual truth has a very deep wisdom to it that other people can hear and not necessarily fight back. When people are talking through ego, there's a lot of divisiveness and there's a lot of pushback. Now, when it's opening, you may have headaches, you may have vision problems, you may have neck tension, shoulders are achy, you may feel fatigued. You may feel a little lost in your direction because what this is doing is it's starting to rebalance you. And this is the chakra that balances the entire chakra system and gets the flow going. So, with this chakra, and you're doing a pendulum test, you're not testing to see, are you balanced? Are you depleted? Are you excessively producing? Not like the 7 chakras. That's not what we're doing. You're asking, are you activated? So you could right now take your pendulum, place it behind your head, and just ask, are you activated? And then once you know it's swinging, Look at it and see if it's swinging your yes or your no. Okay. Um, like I said, we don't force it to open, but when you work with these crystals, and these are magenta colored crystals, like on the screen, we have eudialyte, we have magenta calcite, ruby, even cobalto calcite, which I just got some cobalto calcite in the store. It's when you make choices that serve you. It's when you make choices where you honor and love and expect and accept yourself. So you're engaging in forgiveness because you're letting that poison go. You are working on your self-esteem. And when you do that, this chakra can help you then be more intuitive to get unstuck. You're going to find yourself having more fun in life. So, I've given you some essential oils. There's notes that you can use, there's angels that you can connect with, but it's about honoring, loving, and accepting yourself and engaging in forgiveness. Okay. So if it's not open right now, that's the assignment. And these crystals can get you into that energy of loving, honoring, accepting yourself, and engaging in forgiveness. Okay. Now, putting a crystal back here, it may feel a little uncomfortable at first, but when you lay down on it, if it's not too big, it should settle right into the crook of your skull. All right, let's go to the next one, the causal chakra. So the causal chakra, again, it's not located anywhere in the physical body. It's all in the energy field. And pretend like as a kid, you had ponytails right here on the side of your head. Go to that location and go 6 inches off the body. That's where it is. It's kind of like you have these little horns, these little antennas, and it's right here, okay? This chakra only activates when you have some dominion, some control over your mind and your thoughts. So anyone who still goes down a rabbit hole and they literally cannot control their thoughts and they start panicking and spiraling, their causal chakra is not open. Okay. People with high levels of anxiety, their causal chakra is not open. If you struggle, if you're completely unable to quiet your mind, and I'm not talking full on meditation necessarily, but like you can't even sit still for 5 minutes, your causal chakra is not open. That's the goal, is get control over your mind, because we are the only ones that can control our mind. Most people think, well, I can't control it. My mind just runs. No, we control our mind. When you recognize that and work on that, the causal chakra starts to open. And when it does, these upper chakras then are able to open and you get connected to source, creator energy. Like you get connected to everything far beyond what the crown chakra can do. So the goal is to work on calming your mind, being present, because right now, if you're not thinking about the past or worrying about the future, you are present. And in the present moment, everything is perfect. Like literally right now, there are probably bombs dropping in the world. And if we were watching the news, we would get sucked into that energy. That's not being present. Being present is right here, right now. Everything is great. We're hanging out and we got a bunch of crystals. Okay. That's what getting dominion is when you can say, I'm not going to focus on that. I'm not going to let that throw my energy. Your free will is stronger than the spiraling mind. Now, the colors of the crystals that that connect with the causal chakra are your very light blues, like light purple, the lilac colors, the light pinks, the whites. So we're dealing with like kyanite, sugilite, kunzite, Veracruz amethyst, anandamide, danburite, and I'm going to talk about quite a few of these next. All right, so again, you can work with these crystals, and these crystals get you into that energy of calming your mind. Because once you learn and basically experience that you can control your thoughts, it's like, oh my gosh, I am literally the computer programmer of my life. I can put any program I want in. That is powerful. That's what the causal chakra does. So if you take your pendulum and you just need to test one side, hold it off at an angle over here and test and see if your causal chakra is open. So when you did you both test your zeal chakra to see if it was open?
I didn't,
Okay.
but I can.
Yeah, I would encourage you if you have your pendulum nearby to test to see if it's open. And here's the thing, if these chakras are not open, it's not like you're like a low vibrational being. That's not what it means. It just means, oh, now you know what the assignment is of, oh, okay, I need to do this, and then it'll start opening. So when you work with these crystals, and especially when you can place them, these are advanced techniques. When you place the crystals out in the energy field with intention to work on those chakras, those crystals are getting you into that energy of what needs to happen for these chakras to open, because it's not automatic.
No.
So again, with all of these chakras, you're not asking, are you balanced? Are you depleted? Are you excessive? Like what you learned in the basic class.
Yes.
You're asking, are you activated? That's it. That's the only question that you're asking. Because once it's activated, it's activated. Once you flip the switch on, there's no off. Okay.
Apparently I am.
Awesome. Awesome. And even when it's activated, you can keep feeding that chakra to then expand it even more and more and more and more and more. Okay. All right. And for the causal, did you test the causal to see if that's
Nope.
all right? While you guys test that, let's go to the next one. All right, the soul star. So we've got our crown chakra that sits right at the top of our head. And you saw with that child how it kind of goes out on a back angle. The soul star is about 6 inches above the crown.
Okay.
And the soul star only activates when the earth chakra is activated, when the zeal chakra is activated, when the causal is activated. It's like we've got to work up these layers, and then the soul star activates. Because once you start clearing out like all the mental pollution, all the crap in our minds, I mean, oh my gosh, we are inundated with information. When we start clearing that out so that we can be present, we can quiet our mind. That's when it activates. So that's why you have to work on activating the causal chakra first by getting some dominion over your mind. It doesn't have to be like Buddha dominion. It doesn't have to be like that. You don't have to be like a Tibetan monk. But getting some control so that when you are in heightened emotions, you can literally tell yourself, stop, stop. Okay. And then you know what to work with.
What about?
So with the soul star, it will activate when you start clearing this mental, all this mental pollution. And this is the bridge between Earth, where we live,
Maybe.
and spirit. Okay, it's the bridge. Now we are working, you can see the colors are getting very light in frequency. Okay, so we're dealing with the whites. We're even dealing with like magenta, um, like a light magenta, a light violet, even gold, like a strophalite. Oh, I should have put a picture of a strophalite on here, which is a very gold color. Um, so very, very high frequency colors. So on the screen, we've got selenite, Herkimer diamonds, scolecite, ahawite, danburite, um, like pink Himalayan, magenta fluorite. All of these can help get you into that clearing energy so that the soul star activates. So if you want to test, hold your pendulum like 6 inches, like your arm's going to almost be fully extended, but not quite. And just ask, is the soul star chakra activated? And it'll give you a yes or a no. Okay.
Is the soul start?
And then while you're up there, extend your arm as far up as you can and ask if your stellar gateway, okay? Ask if that is activated, because this is anywhere from a foot to 4 feet off of the body. And this is our direct access. It's like the door that we walk through to connect to everything. We go outside of time and space boundaries.
Lord.
This is where we go into other dimensions. This is where when you have an activated stellar gateway, you remember your dreams. You remember your dreams, because in our dreams, we travel. We are in other dimensions. I mean, literally, I was in my family home last night. I mean, I'm still having a hard time shaking it. It was so real. So when your stellar gateway is activated, you will remember traveling multidimensionally outside of time and space when you sleep. And when you meditate, you can go wherever you want. You can take your crystals, you can take a time link, and you can travel to the past, you can travel to the future. But this is connected to everything, everything. You can travel to the star systems, especially if you've identified your star seed lineage. You can travel there. You can connect to other planets. You can literally, you get downloads. I mean, I talk about that a lot, that I just get downloads. I just get information that is just so true. I mean, true isn't even the right word, but it just is. And I don't necessarily get it when I'm meditating or holding a crystal. I can get it when I'm driving. And it's like, oh my gosh, what was that? Now I need to pull over and take some notes. So once the stellar gateway is activated, this is where your intuition just expands greatly. Okay. But you have to work on all those other chakras first. So once you get Earth, Zeal, Causal, and Soul Star activated, you just activate this one with intention. And it's just by working with these very, very high frequency crystals, meditating with them, placing them at least a foot, if not more, off your body. Now, magenta is still an important color. You'll see magenta activates Zeal, Causal, Soul Star, and Stellar Gateway, but also the white light crystals. So selenite, Herkimer diamonds. I mean, that's what we're dealing with at the Stellar Gateway. And when I want to talk about next about how we work with multiple frequencies and we layer them together, because when we can maintain our chakras, the 7 primary, while activating the other 5 and really working with them, that's when entropy, the destruction of the body, we start to minimize it. It's not that we're going to be immortal, but we start to slow it down. A lot of people, and I even used to say this to people who would come for sessions when I was working on the 7 primary chakras, because they were not ready for these 5, some of the new, coming for their first time. I would tell them, hey, your chakras are balanced right now, but you're going to go out into the world and they're going to go imbalanced again. So how do we keep our chakras balanced? And it's about layering energies. We are no longer in a world where one thing is going to really keep us balanced. Okay, so that's why I've given you colors, angels, crystals, essential oils. And we're going to go through some of this in just a minute. But when you can stay grounded, when you can raise your frequency, when you can engage in consistent meditating, even if it's simply 5 minutes a day, just hold a crystal and just focus on that crystal. That's all you have to do. Breathe and look at the crystal, and you are in meditation. Or engaging in, energy healing, acupuncture, affirmations, journaling, put your feet on the ground, color therapy, sound therapy, all these things, you're layering, and that strengthens the light column and it strengthens your energy field. So let's talk about some of these. So in your book, I've given you a variety of layering that you can start doing. So I like to connect with angels. When I meditate, I love to connect with certain ones. Sometimes I connect with all of them. I've taught a couple of classes on how to connect with the 9 healing angels, how to connect with the 8 ascension angels. And each angel works on a different color ray. And you'll see the color rays when you're looking at the denser, low frequency colors like red. You're working on basically your root chakra. You're working on foundational energy. But as you go up the light column and the light frequencies, you get into the higher frequency colors, you can get into higher frequency angels. So in your workbook, I've given you this chart and the angels to connect to, what the energy is, when you connect with Archangel Zadkiel or Saint Germain, you are working on what's called the violet ray, and that's the color ray of transformation. Amethyst gets you into that energy ray. Okay. Sandalwood oil gets you into that energy ray. When you're working on especially your heart chakra, you're getting into the pink energy ray of rose quartz, and Archangel Chamuel is an angel to connect with. So this is where you can just start blending color frequency, angels, crystals, essential oils, and then with intention, what you're working on. All of that layers on each other.
I have a question because I've kind of wanted to move into more of the angel healing and stuff, but I don't really have anybody, locally that does it. I know Kyle Gray is really big into that. He has some online stuff. Who do you think is a good person to kind of follow if you want to learn more?
So in your area, oh my gosh, what is her last name? In the integrated energy therapy world, which is all angelic energy, it's hands-on. These are in-person classes. She lives in Seattle.
Oh, okay.
Diane, oh, she was my teacher. She came out to Washington, D.C. and taught. Oh my word, I'll have to make a note. Diane. Oh my gosh, what is her name? I'm sure if you Google integrated energy therapy, Diane Seattle, it's going to come up. But let me look. I cannot remember her last name. That's what you want to learn is integrated energy therapy. It is powerful. So I've been teaching IET for, I'm going into my 14th year of teaching it, and it is hands above Reiki. No offense to Reiki, but I don't even teach Reiki anymore. When I'm teaching hands-on energy healing, it's IET. It is IET. That's who you want to connect with. And then the angel classes you've taken from me, the healing angels with like, Michael and Gabriel and Raphael, that class is from the IET system. And then I created the Ascension Angels kind of leaping off of that has like Chamuel and um Uriel and who else? Metatron. So it's all connected, but if you actually want to learn the hands-on, oh my gosh, yeah. IET, Diane, oh, I cannot think of her last name.
Yeah, it just seems like there's so much, to learn. And I mean, I've kind of been following it a little bit more, kind of being able to identify more of what the angels do, who they are, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But still, it's like, whoa, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's and just even, you know, just meditating and connecting with them. Really, I mean that's one of the big things to do. That's one of the big things to do. So, just really just keep meditating and connecting with them and asking them for messages and guidance. And I mean, that's the thing. The more you work with them, the more they work with you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But s- like making sure that these five additional chakras are now activated, you're going to have you will have a better angel connection. You will. I mean, I have a lot of people that take the angel classes and they're like, I don't get anything. Well, yeah, because these five chakras are not activated in you yet. So, like, if you feel like, well, I'm connecting with them, but I'm really not getting much, go back and like I would just laser focus on these five chakras. And again, you can't force them to open. You have to do the work. And when you do the work, then all of a sudden, once everything opens and you've got your light column fully open, holy moly. Like some days it's like, can I turn it off, please? Because once it opens, it is amazing.
Is there a way to like not consciously suppress that? Because I like keep working, and I feel like I'm energetically dead sometimes. I mean, for all the effort and all the work,
Hmm.
and everything says it's open and everything should be fine, but yet I'm like not feeling it, kind of a
Yep.
thing.
Yep. And that's shadow work. And I'm building an independent shadow work class, and I'm really hoping that I can get it done so that I can launch it in the next month or two. Um, but yeah, and if you go back to the sacred shift, I think it was the November lesson, I gave you some questions to work through, shadow work. And that's this is so multidimensional what we need to do. That's why I said one thing doesn't cut it, never has, and certainly not now. We have to go very deep in ourselves because, if you're like, but I'm doing all the things and
Mhm.
I'm still not getting there, that's shadow work.
Okay.
You
Because
got
I
to
mean,
go.
obviously it's been, a number of years I've been with you now. And I mean, and I am doing all the things, the workbooks, the following everything. And it's like, why? I mean, it's like I should be feeling like this and I don't feel anything.
Well, and that's part of the journey. That is part of the journey. So, um,
Which is why I'm hesitant to like try to, practice any healing on people when I'm not even there myself. So it's like I just kind of keep trying to compile more and more knowledge, but I don't want to lay hands on anybody or interact with anybody until I can clean up my own energy, kind of a thing.
Yeah, and you know, we're never perfect, but as long as you are doing the work, that that's what matters. I know too many healers that are not doing the work. They're like, do as I say, not as I do. Healers are typically the last to do their own healing. This is where crystals are super easy. You just
Mhm.
have them around your house. The more the merrier, the bigger the better. They're
I
working.
I should be so ascended.
Well, and that's a question to meditate with. Why am I not, and then however you're feeling, why am I not feeling intuitive, or why am I not like whatever you feel the block is,
Mhm.
ask yourself that question, because with all that you're doing, I can guarantee that you're there. You're just not trusting it. And this is where people get in their own way. The ego gets in your way. We're all getting like are you feeling that it's more intuitive? Like why am I not picking up this stuff? Like what is
It's just like, when we're talking about this, you should be feeling a certain way or be open to certain things. And I feel like I'm really closed or blocked off sometimes. Like it is intuitive. I'm not getting the feeling or having, kind of the warm fuzzies of it, if you will. It's kind of like dead energy, but I know it's not.
okay. So that's the question. Why am I not, you got to pick your words right. Why am I not honoring my intuition? Because it's coming through. Why am I blocking my intuition? That's a question. And you got to sit with it.
Okay.
You got to sit with it and let it take you where it goes, and just start writing. Just start writing. Everything that comes into your mind, do not filter it. Do not filter it. And if you start writing your grocery list, it's like, stop. Why am I blocking my intuition?
Okay.
Yeah. It could go back to a wound where your intuition was your demise. Okay.
Okay.
So it's going deep. You can ask the angels to help you with that. You can smother yourself with oils. You can have certain crystals with you. And this is where when you give yourself the white space in your calendar to consistently do this, you're going to get answers.
Okay.
There's a reason that I recommend getting away from your life and going on retreats, even if it is simply for a day. You have got to get out of your house. You got to get away from the people that you see every day. You got to get away from everything that you do every day. Completely disconnect from that. Go someplace else. Take a journal and ask these deep questions. Okay. And it takes time. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. It takes time. Some people can like, boom, do it just like that. Other people, this is a lifetime. This is a lifetime. So don't judge yourself that, oh, I'm defective, I'm broken. I've been doing this for 3 years, 4 years, and I'm not seeing any shifts. You are seeing shifts. The fact that you're already questioning, why am I not getting more? Why do I feel closed? That's progress right there. Because did you even ask that question 5 years ago, 10 years ago?
No,
Exactly.
wouldn't even
That,
have occurred to me.
that's progress. The more questions you ask, and we've got another gal in the group. She keeps asking me on social media. She's like, I'm not feeling what you're feeling. The fact that you're even questioning that, you're feeling it. you're getting something. She even said on social media yesterday, she's like, I feel the energy of people, of animals. I don't feel the energy of the planet. You're feeling, you're
Mhm.
feeling. So high five.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are always a work in progress.
Sorry, Melanie, I keep digressing us from.
Oh no, it's fine because I mean, I feel like, some of these questions, when I hear you talk, it's like, well, I very much relate. So no, I think, answering your question also helps something in me too. So
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't keep dominating the conversation.
No, please keep asking. And that's the benefit of having a smaller class. It's what you are asking is event if it doesn't help now, it'll help eventually for each other.
Mhm.
All right, so in your workbook, there is a color chart. Um, and this is very beneficial when, especially the seven primary chakras, not the five that we just talked about, but the seven primary. When you have a chakra that is consistently out of balance, and maybe it's depleted or maybe it's inflamed, yes, you can put a colored crystal that matches the color of that chakra, because if it's your solar plexus and you're like, oh, I'm always disempowered. I kind of go to a kind of a victim energy of why is this happening to me? Like it's always depleted. You can always put yellow. You can put citrine on that yellow colored chakra, or depending, and this chart, I think I forgot to put this in your workbook. You can screenshot this if you want. Um, you can do this. Now, this is only on the seven primary chakras. So if your solar plexus is always depleted, you can put the opposite color. You can put purple on it, or you can keep adding yellow to it. If the throat is always depleted, like I am not speaking my truth, I am silencing myself, I am biting my tongue, you may need orange to fire it up. Okay, so that's a polar opposite on the color scale. So I made this chart just to kind of give you an idea, because sometimes you're going to use the same color, but it depends on if it's depleted or inflamed or, what's going on. But you're not going to necessarily do this on these seven or these five new chakras. Okay, does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. All right. So I have also additional color meaning in your workbook of what different colors mean. Color therapy is a huge thing. And so when we're dealing with color therapy, we get the colors and the crystals. Pink crystals are, a love energy, but it's all about self-esteem, our love of ourself. Yellow energy are all, enlightenment, our self-esteem. But you can lay on a specific colored towel or blanket. If you're like, you know what, I'm really struggling in my third eye. Like I really want to get my intuition going. You can lay on a purple piece of fabric, purple towel, a purple blanket. You can just start adding more color in addition to the color of the crystals, okay? So color therapy is
Any
very,
cor I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead.
Is there any correlation to like I laugh, I call it my green phase. I mean, I just can't get enough Epido and
Yeah.
green. Is there like, are you lacking or needing that if you're leaning towards a specific colored crystal? Or because I feel
Yeah.
like I've been through pink. It's like, oh, I just can't get enough pink, and now I can't get enough citrine or amethyst.
Yeah.
And lately it's been Epido and Prenite and
Yeah, so it's not only the vibration of what those crystals offer, but it's the color. So you're craving green.
Mhm.
You're craving green. So this chart, and I know it's probably hard to read in your workbook, but you're in a renewal energy. That's why you're craving green. I mean, think about what spring is. Like all the flowers and the plants are renewing, they're growing. Spring is a green color. It's rebirth. So that's what you're in. You're in a spiritual development. Okay, that's what the green means.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, the crystals that you are drawn to, the colors that you are drawn to tell you what you are working on.
Okay. Because that was kind of what I was wondering. Because I mean, sometimes it's not specifically the type, it'll be the color for me.
Yeah.
Just like, oh my gosh, I just green, I have to have it. It's like calling to me.
Mhm.
And a while back, it was pink. I couldn't get enough pink or enough there again, orange, citrine, it was orange calcite, everything orange.
Yeah. And this is where you can, based on the color that you are craving, you can literally do a transpersonal chakra layout all
Mhm.
green.
Mm.
It doesn't matter if green is not the resonant color of the earth chakra or the sacral chakra, doesn't matter. You are craving green. Or if you are craving purple, hit all 12 chakras with the color, and they can be all different. This is why I love all the different variations of amethyst.
Mhm.
It's like, oh, I can take that hematite alien amethyst. That's going at the root because it's got hematite on it. But then I can put Vera Cruz up here in the higher chakras because it's really light in color. And you can just start playing with the colors and just do a purple layout. That's a very advanced technique.
It sounds fun though. That would be fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So if you are collecting like all the crystals of a certain color, start doing layouts.
Okay.
Yeah. All
Thank you.
right. Um, you can also layer, and this is my shtick of layering oils and crystals. That's what I'm known for. It's the whole oily crystal empire, as I like to call it. Now, here's the thing, this chart, and you may have seen this, and I know Melanie, you're new to the oils. If you ever see a frequency chart of Young Living oils, it was accurate the day that the oils were tested in 1999. And that's it. It's like a snapshot. It's like a Polaroid. And it was accurate at that time. It is not accurate now. People get mad at me when I say this, and it's like it's not. In the last 26 years, the frequency of the Earth has dramatically changed. It is higher. Now, this is a good, it's a good snapshot of what oils are lower frequency and which ones are higher frequency. All of these have shifted. They've shifted up. So I can tell you, Rose right now is not 320 hertz. It is not at all. The last time, oh, I should have tested it this morning. The last time I tested it, it was over 1500.
Wow.
And I'm using kinesiology. I'm doing muscle testing and I'm doing pendulum testing. You can do the same thing. So while some of these may have shifted a little bit and some are higher than, have surpassed others, this is just a general guideline. So the oils that are in the orange category, these work on the physical body. Like they are so powerful for your physical body and your physical health. You can smell them, you can topically apply them, and oh my gosh, like your physical body is going to be so happy. The oils that are in the more magenta category, this is for your emotional and your mental body. Okay, so they're going to really help your emotions and your thoughts. And then the ones that are in lilac, these are your spiritual oils. And this is what differentiates Young Living from other essential oil brands is ours are frequency based. Gary Young never blended for scent. He blended for frequency. And that's why there's so many in the lilac. Now, when he tested in 1999, there were far less oils than what Young Living has now. So someday, I'm going to go through and just use kinesiology and test what we have and see if I can come up with another chart. I just haven't done that yet. But when you layer oils and crystals together, back in the basic class, when I was going through the physics principles, one of the principles was principle of interference, where you have one frequency and another frequency, and when they come together, they add and create a whole new energy wave. And that's what oils and crystals do. Oils, crystals come together and add. So you're always going upward in frequency. Okay, so that's why I love putting these together, whether you are actually blending, like in a roller bottle. Again, I talk about this in the Oily Crystal book. You can only submerge crystals in liquid, like essential oil, when the Mohs hardness is 6 and higher, and there are no toxic minerals. Otherwise, you can pair them, where I'm holding a crystal, I'm diffusing an essential oil, or I'm smelling an essential oil and I'm meditating. That is powerful. You can do that together. And this helps your chakra light column. This is also in your workbook where you can start adding sound. I love streaming sound frequency on YouTube on my television. Right now, I was going to say, Stella must be downstairs. I don't know if you can see, there's a lump on my bed under, that's Stella. This is just what she does. I thought she was downstairs. Dobby must be downstairs. But I play sound frequency. So just the notes align with the 7 primary chakras. So, we've got colors, we've got angels, we've got oils, we've got crystals, we have notes. And these notes, tomorrow when I talk about crystal singing bowls, that's what the bowls do. They are tuned to a note. So you can get like a note F crystal singing bowl, and oh my gosh, it like penetrates your heart. It is, I have one of those, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like, I feel like it literally goes like into my body and I become the crystal. It is very, very powerful. But you can find music on YouTube that has these notes. You can type in like crystal singing bowl, note C music. If your root chakra, like if you are feeling unsafe, you don't feel stable, you have a lot of fear, listen to that music while you are working with those crystals. That's how you layer. All right. And then this is just interesting when it comes to the color, because even though our body, and nobody's retested this recently, but generally our body, when it's healthy, is 7.83 hertz, which aligns with the base frequency of the earth. But we know the base frequency of the earth has been going up because of the Schumann resonance. I feel our frequency is a lot higher. And when I body and pendulum test, yeah, we're kind of up into the 20s. But in our body, the lower part of our body, so our root chakra, the kidneys, the bladder, the reproductive organs, these are all of a lower frequency. They really align with the frequency of the color red. These are lower frequency. Whereas when we go up the body and we get like to our brain, we are in the highest frequency, which is why we have those lighter, brighter colors. So, because early on I always wondered, who said the root chakra was red? Well, when you look at where the root chakra is, and they tested the frequency of the body, you start seeing alignment there. So again, color itself can either calm us or like really ground us or raise us up. Okay. So the colors that you wear are letting you know the frequency that you're at. Okay. Now I always have people say to me, but I love wearing black. Well, black encompasses all colors. Okay. So don't think that you are like the lowest vibration because you like to wear black. Black encompasses all colors. But if you like I am always wearing pink and green, always. Those are my colors. It's the color of my business. I'm just a pink and green sort of gal. To me, it's a very coastal energy. Like if you if I just resonate with those colors. So it tells me that that's heart chakra. That's heart chakra. So that's what I really, really align with, these lighter, brighter colors. So pay attention to the colors that you're drawn to because it really tells you where you're at and what you're working with.
Lack of heart.
And you may be drawn to black because you want more grounding.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a
People,
whole lot of black in my wardrobe.
yeah. So, and then these are the solfeggio frequencies. And again, I stream this on YouTube. You can find these for free on YouTube and you can play it on your phone. If you can stream YouTube on your television, this is fantastic. And crystals actually love solfeggio frequency music. And each frequency does something different. Okay. Now, when you look at these numbers, they all drill down to a single digit of 3, 6, or 9. So it goes back to the 369 that we talked about last weekend. So again, you can start layering to support your chakras. You can layer sound. You can do solfeggio frequency. You can do notes, A through G. You can do colors, essential oils, crystals, angels, and then intention. You can even chant. Like there's all these things. And that's why combining all of these together, you will start to feel the changes when you start doing all of these together. Now, you may not resonate with some things, but if you even start layering 2 or 3 different types of frequencies every day, you'll feel a shift. So don't feel like you have to do all of these. Like pick 2 or 3 that are easy to do. And that's where crystals already encompass not only just general frequency, but color. Okay, so you've already got 2 right there. If you add in oils, you got 3. And that's why that's one of the easiest prescriptions I recommend is just work with crystals and essential oils and your intention, and bam, things start shifting. All right, any questions about layering? Okay. All right, we're going to go into these crystals, 29 advanced crystals. Do you all need a 5-minute stretch break right now?
That would be great. Just
Okay. All right, let's take 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's dive into these advanced crystals. So what's interesting, some of these crystals, because I've been teaching this class since 2014. Since 2014. So 11 years. A lot of these crystals were in the original class. And then I've started swapping out some as I experience different crystals. Now, what I deem an advanced crystal, I mean, that's my label that I put on it. they are either grounding and ascending crystals simultaneously. They do both. So they connect you to Earth chakra, and they are working on your higher stellar gateway, or they are high vibrational fifth dimensional crystals to help you get into that state of being. So remember, fifth dimension is not a location, it is just a state of being as we live on a third dimensional planet. So all of these crystals help with the energy shift because the earth right now is purging old energies, which is kind of why we see some old themes reappearing. Some stuff from like World War II is reappearing because as a planet, we never really dealt with it. We just kind of suppressed it. And so the Earth is using her crystal grid to keep us grounded, to transmute these energies, which means to, like, you don't suppress them, you change the frequency. So when you have like a really dark, evil frequency, you just transmute it into light and then raise our frequency at the same time. So you're going to see a theme with all of these crystals of grounding, ascending, and discerning truth, which is huge right now because most people don't understand how to really discern truth. And these crystals are going to help. So in your workbook, I've given you a chart from the basic class as well as from this class of your combined grounding and ascending crystals where they do both. And I also have given you a list of fifth dimensional crystals that, like I know blue smoke, I haven't put in a class, but these are like crystals that I have in the store that I've worked with that I absolutely know without a doubt. These are fifth dimensional crystals and they will get you into that frequency. So as I go through, I'm not going to read the workbook because there's a lot of information for each crystal in the workbook. I just kind of want to highlight some things. And I'll let you know if I have these in the store because I did restock on some of these when I went to Tucson and they haven't even been offered yet in the crystal cluster. If you see, here's the thing. This is why I said don't go out and buy any of these crystals. And Tina, I know you have a lot of these. You may not resonate with some of these right now. Like make a note of what you resonate with. And if you want any of these, just let me know. Just send me an email and say, hey, like I want to get a nandolite. I restocked on a nandolite. So just let me know if you need any of these, and because you're in this class, you can get first dibs before anybody else. So that's a little perk there. All right, anandamide. Anandamide is super, super like very, very high frequency, very, very high frequency crystal. I actually should add it to, and I'm always adjusting. I need to add it to the fifth dimensional list because this is a fifth dimensional crystal. Some people call it aurora quartz. Anandamide is the trademark name, although it hasn't officially been trademarked. I call it anandamide. I don't know. I just like that name better than aurora quartz because people misinterpret aurora quartz for aura quartz, which is a quartz that is covered in titanium and lab created that I talked about in the fake crystal class. So that's why I don't call it aurora quartz because it sounds too much like that. This grows in the Himalayan mountains, very, very high up. And it is not of a normal formation. It is a really, really very, very different formation, almost reminiscent of how apophyllite grows, which I'll talk about shortly. But this, when you look at it, it is six-sided. I even got some amethyst on anandamide. That's what I'm holding here right now. It's very, very, very pale. I got, I think, 3 pieces that are amethyst. I was so excited when I found them.
Hmm. Food for thought.
Yeah, oh my gosh, they're gorgeous. And um, a lot of them have a very iridescent sheen to them because they're covered in moonstone. So, I mean, this is a soul star stellar gateway. Like if that's the energy that you want to work on, that's what these do. And these, I mean, oh my gosh, these are so high vibrational. They really get you, like, especially if you're doing really good on grounding and you're like, I feel very grounded, but literally I'm picking up nothing. Like intuitively, I'm kind of deader than a doornail. Like I'm not feeling the stuff that I should be feeling.
Me. I think I need to work more with it.
Anandamide is really good. I mean, this because it is mined so high up in the Himalayan mountains. I mean, it is so close to the celestials. We're also going to talk about Himalayan quartz, Tibetan quartz, that are like that as well. Um, this this is a crystal that basically tears down the old programming of the third dimension. And we are programmed by, I mean, you just look at everything that we grew up with. Education system, religious system, old ancestral programs, the medical system, like all of these programs that tell us, no, this is the way it is. And the new frequencies are like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm reading a book right now that's literally talking about the frequency that if we truly believe that we have a medical disorder, then guess what? You're going to have a medical disorder. You know, when a doctor tells you we've done all that we can, there's nothing more that we can do, you need to go home, put your affairs in order, those people are dead sooner rather than later. And I had this happen to a couple of young friends of mine, where a doctor literally told them how long they were going to live, and sure enough, bam, that's how long they lived. That's the belief system that anandamide is like, everything is vibrational. And so it's going to strip down those programs and rebuild you into the new frequency of the energy shift where you are more powerful than any of those programs. You are more powerful. So when you work with this crystal, like I just like to put it right on my third eye to get intuitive information, or put it on your soul star and stellar gateway and ask it. This is where you have to work with crystals with intention. They're going to work with you even without intention, but this is an advanced technique. Tell the crystal what you want. Tell the crystal, let's say you have an old religious belief, or you have a belief about money that was handed down from your parents. Money doesn't grow on trees. You got to work hard to make money. I'm sorry, BS. I have blown that to pieces. Like it's like that. Who came up with that? That's not true unless you believe it's true. So you could take a belief and say, anandamide, I need you to strip down that belief. I need you to take it down to its core, transmute it, and rebuild me into a more positive belief. Basically, a belief that I am a free soul. I have free will. I can believe whatever I want to believe, and I can achieve whatever I want to achieve without obstruction, without, like, you tell it what you want. That's what this crystal does. It is so powerful that it is a rare crystal, but I have a dealer and I make a beeline for him when I go to Tucson. He's the only one that I can get these from. But these are here to help us with the energy shift. Okay. So it is multidimensional. It is going to help you with your nervous system. And I cannot say enough good things about anandamide. All right. Questions. So it's just really fascinating. It's almost like when I talked about druzy in the basic class, which looks like little sugar coating. These are like bigger pieces, but so tiny you can't break them off. So it's like a blend between druzy and points, like you can see them. I mean, it grows in a very, very unique pattern. And so by identification, you can spot Nirvana, or not Nirvana, anandamide. All right, questions about that. I've also given you the essential oils in your workbook that really connect with the frequency of these crystals. All right. All right, next one. I'm going to talk about angelite and celestite together because they look similar. They are frequently confused with each other, but identification-wise, they could not look more different. These are both angelic crystals. Okay, so if you want to connect with the angelic realm, this is what you work with. Now, angelite comes from like Peru and Mexico, and it is opaque. Like it's not translucent, you cannot see through it. Celestite is translucent and sometimes transparent. Okay, sometimes transparent. Let me show you this picture. I'll come back to this. See this this crystal on the right? See how you can literally see through it? That is a gem quality celestite. This is the crystal that I visit in Tucson every year. And when I took a picture of her 5 years ago, she was $3,500. She's like $8,500 now because her value keeps going up. It's like, crap, I should have grabbed her 5 years ago. I love her so much. I actually meditate with her photo. Okay, I'll come back to that in a minute. So visually, there is a difference between angelite and celestite. Um, so Angelite is known as the stone of awareness. Um, I call it the we need to talk crystal. When you need to have a difficult conversation with somebody, they need to be able to hear it. Okay? This gets you into an angelic communication to where you can literally, like you have such a balanced throat chakra that what you say can be heard. Anybody who is screaming and angry, their throat chakra's off. They need angelite. So most angelite comes from Peru and from Mexico. It was first discovered near Machu Picchu on the eve of the harmonic convergence. The harmonic convergence was a conference of spiritual people in 1987, held in Machu Picchu. Angelite was discovered right before it. It's like, huh, isn't that interesting? I find that interesting. So this crystal, it's not related to celestite. For many years, I thought it was. I thought, that they were just slightly different versions of each other. They grow in different locations. They grow with different minerals. I still call them sister crystals because they are angelic and they do look similar to each other. This is a crystal that just brings deep peace. It spreads harmony. So it's great to have in a location, just sitting out where you want harmony, whether it's in a home or an office or wherever. This is a crystal that helps you find truth. You can even put it on your third eye to find truth because you are connecting with the angelic realm. This gets you into the frequency. It raises your frequency so that you can make that connection to the angels. So it helps you with telepathic communications. It helps increase your intuition. I love it for speaking truth. You know, when people, I see this all the time in the spiritual world where people say, I'm speaking truth, but they're screaming at people. And it's like, you're not. If you raise your voice, you're speaking ego. When you speak truth, it can be heard by the other person, even if it is a difficult conversation. So this is fantastic for this. When I need to just calm down, or if I'm having throat issues, I go to Angelite or Celestite. It's a great crystal for sleeping. For animals, when you comb the energy field of an animal with Angelite or put it in their bed, it is very calming to them. Okay. This is an emotional healing crystal because it is a soft Mohs hardness, so it works on soft issues like emotions. Okay, so celestite is very similar. It's an angel stone. I mean, the name celestite in Latin means heavenly. It doesn't grow with angelite. It is found mostly in Sicily, but there is, and I think I mentioned this before, there is an island off the coast of Ohio in Lake Erie. It's called Put-in-Bay. And the whole island is celestite. They have a cave that you can walk into. So that's a picture of me in the cave. They have a vineyard there, and the vineyard is above all the celestite. It's a real touristy attraction. It's kind of a party island for kids, but it's such a neat place with the largest celestite cave that you can walk into. And again, this one is more gemmy looking. It's transparent. If it's transparent, it's very high quality. If it's just translucent where you can kind of look into it, um, that that is just a really neat crystal. Now, this crystal is going up in price because the strontium that is in it is sought after by the tech industry for the chips. Okay, so celestite is going up in price. I do not have either of these in the store right now, but I may be restocking next month. So again, this slows your mind chatter, which can help with the causal chakra activation. It brings calm. It helps you connect to the angelic realm. It is really good for sleeping. It's just very soothing, very calming, and is very helpful if you feel overwhelmed in crowds. Okay, it's very, very like the angel wings are wrapping around you to protect you. So I like to talk about these two crystals together, even though they are different. To me, they have a very similar energy. All right, any questions about angelite or celestite? Okay. Let's go to apophyllite. Oh my gosh, I love apophyllite, all the colors of apophyllite. Apophyllite, this was one of the first like big pieces of crystal that I bought many years ago when I was going through my training. So I have a big slab over here in the corner of my office. I got big pieces downstairs. I love apophyllite because it channels universal light energy. So it is going very, very high into the frequencies and the quantum field to draw down that energy. Okay. So it really connects you with all the energies coming in through the energy shift. Some people call it the Reiki stone. So whenever, in the past, when I was doing Reiki sessions, I had a big slab underneath the table. It's also known as the stone of truth. So it's helping you to discern truth. And, when I talk about discerning truth, we, like even 10 years ago when I taught this class, it's like a lot of people are like, what do you mean discerning truth? Like back then it wasn't so obvious. Now it's super obvious that depending on who you listen to, what you listen to, it's not necessarily true. Unfortunately, mainstream media tells us what they want to tell us. So we don't get the whole truth. We may get opinionated truth. I mean, back in the day, I remember as a child, I'd be down at my grandparents. They just lived down the street. I'd be eating dinner, and Walter Cronkite was on the news, and it was just the facts. Like, this is what happened. Move on to the next story. Like, news was just 30 minutes long at the evening news. Well, now we got 24/7 because it's all opinion journalism. This is what I mean by discerning truth. When we listen to other people's opinions and take it on as our own, that's not necessarily truth. These crystals help us understand truth, where we will hear something or read something and we just intuitively know, well, that's not true, or that's partially true. That's not the whole story. And so it takes us into an energy of digging and researching and finding truth. So this primarily comes from India and it comes in many colors. White, clear is pretty common. When you start getting green and pink, like I have some pink apophyllite in the store, that's really rare, the pinks. Sometimes you get blue chalcedony as a base. It likes to grow with all different sort of crystals. The little peach pieces that you see are called stilbite because apophyllite likes to grow with stilbite. Let's see if I can get these right. Stilbite, prehnite, oconite. Oh, I'm totally losing the last one. Hold on. When all five of these grow together, it's called zeolite. I gotta conduct. I always miss the last one. All right, let's see if I can find it. Zeolite is not easy to find, but when you find it, it's like, ooh, I think I'm gonna be getting that. Zeolite. Oh, she didn't put it in the book. Apophyllite, oconite, stilbite. I totally am drawing a blank on it. I need to literally write it in my workbook, and I keep forgetting to do that. But apophyllite loves to grow with all these other crystals, okay, because they're all kind of in the same family. And it grows with a high water content, so it is really good for emotional cleansing and purification, okay? This is why I love to have apophyllite everywhere in my house. It just raises the frequency of a space like amazing. Okay. And when your frequency is raised, you can look at problems from a different dimension and find solutions. You are more creative, you are more intuitive, you are more connected and tapped in. This crystal can help you connect to your Akashic records because one of the formations that it grows in is the tetragonal pyramids, and the pyramids are a door to the other dimensions. So this is a great one to meditate with to access your Akashic records. You can use it for shamanic journeys. You can use it for shadow work. It keeps you grounded as you're doing this, but it gives you very clear sight, intuition. It shows you truth. So Tina, this would be a good one to work with on, to ask, why I'm doing all the things, everything's activated, but I'm still closed. What is going on? This is a truth teller. It's a very good truth telling crystal. So, you can just literally talk to it like, I don't know, like a therapist, like stare into it and say, this is my question. But then you just do not censor the thoughts. And that's what the ego does. It censors the thoughts by saying, you're making this up. This is not true. Like it tries to talk louder in silence. So you have to tell your ego, I need you to quiet while I connect with this crystal. You can dictate the ego what it does. So you have to tell it, quiet down. I'm talking to this crystal and my intuition. So this is a great crystal to work with. When you have it in a space, it just raises the energies, okay? It reduces stress. If you are anxious, it is going to calm you right down. This comes from um, the Himalayan mountains, not so high up like anandamide, but it is a Himalayan mountain crystal. And it is a great conduit of energy, which is why people who work with energy healing like to have this in their space. So, this is a grounding and ascending crystal. Really, really super powerful. I love this. I cannot get enough of apophyllite. And I think I have pink apophyllite in the store right now. My favorite Indian dealer did not come to my Detroit show like they normally do. And I saw them in Tucson and I should have bought from them. And I just, I'm like, I'll see you in Detroit, which was just a couple of weeks ago, and they didn't go. And when I reached out to them, they said, yeah, it's just hard for us to travel to such a small show. So we're only going to Tucson and Denver. It's like, crap. But I have other people that I can buy from. So hoping to restock. All right, apophyllite, any questions? Okay. So pretty much all of these crystals that I'm going to be talking about are good to be in a space, but they are powerful to just work with singularly to meditate. And that's the thing. That's why these are advanced. These are for you. Now, yes, you can build grids with these, and I'll talk about those tomorrow. But this is like you and the crystal. It is a very, very personal relationship, just like working with the master quartz, very personal relationship. When you have one of these, connect with it singularly, one-on-one, get to know it, ask it questions, ask it to reveal itself to you of why this crystal wanted to be with you. And again, you have to listen. Do not dismiss what comes into your mind at all. Start keeping a journal. This is why I wrote the guided crystal journal, so that you can start keeping notes with each crystal, because with each connection, the crystal, it's like an onion layer. It's going to reveal a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. And when you look back on 10 or 20 connections with an Auralite 23, it's like, oh, there's a theme. There's a theme here. There's a theme to where my energy goes when I connect with Auralite 23 that is different when I connect with apophyllite. And that's the communication channel. Okay. So work with your guided crystal journal to keep track of your communications. All right. Auralite 23 comes from one location, Lake Superior, which is here in Michigan, but it's the Canada side. It's the Ontario side. Lake Superior is massive, massive. It's the deepest lake in the world. There's a lot of shipwrecks. The Edmund Fitzgerald is at the bottom of Lake Superior. Some people call this Thunder Bay amethyst because Thunder Bay is there in Lake Superior. So Howard is my dealer of Auralite 23. He owns the mineral rights to the mine. And he's the one that has been telling me that most Auralite 23 is going to China, because not only do the Chinese citizens love the crystal, but they are extracting the minerals for the tech industry, because it has a minimum 23 different minerals, and I've listed those all in your workbook. And some of these are very, very needed for the tech industry, unfortunately. So when I was in his booth in Tucson this year, getting a very small amount of Oralite 23 plus a new variety called Aura Starlight. I haven't even offered it yet. I think I'm offering it in April. It is a lighter colored Oralite 23. It's got different minerals in it. It's called Aura Starlight. Oh, I just got goosebumps talking about it. Um, he told me to get what I wanted because there was a guy from China sitting right at the edge of his tent that was going to take the lot. Is going to take everything. So this is getting harder to find, but I have direct access to the mine, which is nice. And this is called a super healer. It is grounding and ascending. I mean, look at all those minerals. Super, super, super grounding, but very, very elevated. This is not amethyst. It has amethyst in it, but this is a very, very elevated amethyst looking crystal. Now, how you know that it's Oralite 23 is you look at the bands. You're going to see white and gray and purple bands. Almost looks like chevron amethyst. Chevron amethyst does not have all these minerals in it. How you know it's Oralite 23, you take your jeweler's loupe and you can see sparkle in it. Okay, because a lot of these minerals like the hematite, the magnetite, the pyrite, the silver, the platinum, sometimes there's gold, chalcopyrite, all of these glitter. They sparkle. That's how you know it's Oralite 23. Now, if it's red capped, like what you see in the photo, that's hematite. That is rare. Okay, that gives you an additional grounding effect. With this crystal, my recommendation is to meditate with it for 10 days solid. Even if you just give yourself 5 or 10 minutes. At the beginning of the day, it'll set your energy. At the end of the day, it'll clear your energy. But if you do it for 10 days solid, without exception, and then on day 11, stop. See how you feel. This is one of those crystals that when you get into the frequency of working with it and then you go cold turkey, you do not feel right. It's kind of like what I tell people when they're drinking Ningxia Red from Young Living. Like you're going to drink it for a month and you're like, nah, I really don't feel anything. And I tell them go cold turkey for 7 days. Nobody has made it past day 3. They message me and they say, I just don't feel right. Like physically, whoa, I don't feel right. And emotionally, I'm a roller coaster. And I'm like, now you know what Ningxia Red was doing. It totally smoothed out. Instead of all the ocean waves crashing all the time, you're on a smooth lake. It's got that lake, even though Lake Superior is like really churned up energy, it has its moments where it's very smooth. That's what Oralite 23 does. It's like the iron on the fabric. It's just smoothing everything out. It is very sedating and not sedating to put you asleep. So if you do it in the morning, it's not going to put you to sleep. It's calming down your mind. We need that to activate the causal chakra. Okay. So it will help you with meditation. If you are the type that says, I just can't meditate, Allie, I try, I can't get there. It ain't happening. This is what you need. It will. I get goosebumps every time I hold it. It just is so calming. And when you calm your mind, you can detect truth. You literally become a human lie detector. You just know truth. You're going to hear something and say, well, that ain't true. Then you go research it and it's like, see, I was right. That's what this does. Okay. Really, really important for the new energies. Fantastic with chronic physical issues, especially autoimmune, because this is heavy mineralization. Heavy mineralization. So with autoimmune, you want to be holding this as much as possible, like get skin contact on it. All right, but meditate with it for 10 days, stop, and then assess how you feel, and you're going to know exactly how Aura Light 23 works with you. So I do have this in the store, including the Aura Starlight. I don't have a huge supply, but if you want some, uh, let me know. You because it is going to go up the second Sunday in April to the Crystal Cluster, and I can guarantee you it's going to be gone.
So we can get a preview.
Yes, you can get a preview. Yep. So just keep a list and send me an email, and I'll send you pictures. They won't be videos, but I'll send you pictures. Yeah, I love Auralite 23. All right, let's go to Azurite. Azurite. I do not have this in the store because you can generally buy it in a crystal store. Now, the real gemmy version, like you see on the right, that is harder to find. And oh my gosh, is it expensive. Someday I will have it in the store. I just haven't felt called to get it because you can find, you know, the non-gemmy quality in every crystal store. Now, this grows alongside malachite because they are secondary to the copper industry. So where copper is being dug up, they're finding azurite and malachite. If you can find a piece of azurite that doesn't have malachite in it, ooh, that's amazing. That is amazing. But when you find them together, malachite is the emotional purger. Malachite don't care about your emotions. It's like, hey, you set me on your heart. I'm gonna yank it out without anesthesia. And like you kind of asked for it. We're gonna purge the emotions that no longer serve you. Azurite explains what's happening. Azurite is your deeply intuitive crystal to where you get the knowledge. Sometimes you don't want the knowledge. It's like, just get this anger and rage out of me. I don't care where it came from. Just purge it. I'm done. But Azurite is deep truth. It also blows open your third eye. It's like a detonator when you place it on your third eye. So be a little careful with this, but like when you're ready, you can place it on your third eye. It it has a dragon energy to it. Like in Chinese culture, Azurite is a dragon energy, which is interesting because it's blue, which comes off as cooling and calming. Azurite is not calm. It's not because it's so full of copper. So if you go near the back of your workbook, I don't even know what page it is, but I give you some additional mineral meanings, and copper is you can use this when you are restless, you know, when you are excited, but it stimulates. It's also very stimulating. Copper is a very, very good energy to work with, and this has a lot of copper in it. So this will really, you know, it'll release stress and grief and fears and phobias, which could be blocking your third eye. There could be some past life, parallel life issues happening where your ego is like, do not activate your intuition. You may not be ready for that. Well, that's your ego just keeping you small. Okay. Intuition is always right. Ego keeps us safe and often is wrong. Your intuition is always, 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 always right. Even if it gives you some crazy ideas, it's always right. So this is a great one to work with. It stimulates your mind. So if you have to take an exam, or if you have an interview or a presentation, or you just need to speak to somebody with clarity, this is a great crystal to work with. It is great for elderly people, even elderly animals, to help them with alertness. And again, when you get a piece that is combined with malachite for churning up emotional issues, it will help you intuitively know the root of it and to understand it. And sometimes just knowing what the root is, transmutes it, dissipates it, releases it. That's the healing, is the knowing. Okay. And that's what Azurite really helps with. So it brings deep, deep healing and really helps you with meditation. All right. Questions about Azurite? All right. Let's go to Beta Morion. And there is me laying on Beta Morions. So this is a new addition to the class, even though for about 5 years when we talk about grids tomorrow, I'm going to talk about the vortex grid. I need to talk about the Beta Morion individually. In the crystal cluster, there is a meetup from, I don't know, sometime last year where 2 people in the group talked about Beta Morion. Go back and listen to that. Oh my gosh. Beta Morion is amazing. It is not the most beautiful crystal in the bunch. Okay. It kind of looks like the irradiated quartz, which looks unnaturally like heat treated, but it's not, because when you look at the Beta Morion, you can see like the infusion of the dark color going into the quartz. So this is naturally irradiated in the earth. Some people call it black quartz, and it can be very black, or it can be brown in color. It doesn't grow like your normal quartz. I mean, like rose quartz doesn't grow like a normal quartz, in points. This grows really in very, very interesting, what's called a beta formation, which is a 4-sided quartz, hence the name. And it's because of the uranium that it was exposed to in the earth that changed how it grew. Now, don't worry about getting exposed to uranium, because the thing about the earth is the earth will naturally balance itself. So even though it was naturally irradiated in the earth with uranium, you don't have to worry about it holding it. Okay? You're fine with that. Now, this naturally grows with celestials on it. So remember, like the skeleton quartz, where you have points kind of layered on top of each other, and it has these kind of geometric patterns. A lot of Beta Morions. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a beta without celestials. All the ones that I have celestials on them. So you're getting a double whammy with this having a master trait.
Do you have those in the store? Because I've had a hard time finding them.
I can connect you. There's really one dealer that really brokers these. He lives very near to me. He's only like less than an hour away. He has a huge beta supply. Betas pick the person. They are expensive. I will tell you that right now. Like a palm-sized beta is going to be a couple $100. He's got big bowling-sized ball versions. I used to have these, and then it's like I'm hesitant having them because they're almost like brand birds. It's hard for me to stock them. I can, and if it matches to you, that's great. You can go directly to him to get them. However, I will be honest with you. I adore him. He's amazing, but he will tell you which beta you're connected to, but he tends to connect people to the higher priced betas.
Funny how that happens.
Yeah, and I've talked to him about it. I'm like, Dave, I know you're in business, but if they can connect to a $200 beta rather than a $5,000 beta, I need you to give them the option. And a lot of times he doesn't give the option. He's like, I'm sorry, this is the one that you're connected to. Because he is very intuitive and he's very good at what he does. So it's like maybe I need to get some from him, and maybe this, I'm going to make myself a note. Maybe I just need to get a supply that's not too outrageously expensive and just have them available for people. So hold that thought. I am going to see him next month. I can also go to his house where he has a supply and get some. So stay tuned. I will make a note and I will get some. Unless you want to be connected directly with him, but then, you have to tell him, this is my budget. So I respect him, but he doesn't honor people's budgets. So
That's a problem.
yeah. And I have no problem selling expensive crystals. And it's like, hey, if you want it, it's yours. I'm not going to say, oh my gosh, like this is yours. This $5,000 Brandberg is your, like this has your name on it. I don't do that. People ask me all the time, can you go through your store and tell me what crystal is mine? Nope. I'm not like that. No, no. I want you to decide. I don't want anybody else to decide for me, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Betas, I love. I love. And he did talk me into a $3,000 beta. I have a bowling size ball version. Betas are amazing. They are grounding and they are sending. They are fifth dimensional crystals. They choose the person. And how I work with a beta, not only does it create a vortex energy. So when you take a beta that has celestials, okay, so you got a beta with celestials and you pair it with a Lemurian, you now created a vortex energy, and anything that you truly desire at a soul level, the beta goes out and it finds it and it brings it in. I mean, it's a vortex energy. So it really teaches you, be careful what you wish for. Because if you are still using negative language, like, I don't want to be in debt, I don't want to be sick, beta wraps it and brings it into you. So it's a very, very honest teacher to work with. And when other crystals touch it, it stays connected to the beta energy because betas amplify everything. So whenever I have people come to my house for classes, they touch their crystals to my beta because my beta is connected with all the other betas. So it creates this grid, this network of crystals being connected. If you ever are buying a crystal from my store, just say to me, Allie, take this, Himalayan quartz that I'm buying, connect it to your beta. I just literally take it, touch, and now they're connected because my betas have created, it's basically a crystalline grid on the earth. So this is a very, very, very powerful energy. And for you as an energy being, it is working from your earth chakra all the way up to your soul star and just getting you into this vortex of energy of clearing and transmuting negative energies, getting the crap out of your way. I mean, they need a job to do. You need to tell it what to do. So right now, I'll talk about it tomorrow. I have the worldwide protection and harmony grid that is active, and I'll tell you, it is working. It's freaking me out. It is working. I've got all three of my betas doing the work for the grid. Okay, so you've got to give it a job. And they will connect all your crystals together, and you can literally create an energy grid in your house. So I have my primary bowling ball beta sitting dead center in my house. It's perfectly placed on a fireplace mantle. It's like that. It's like measuring wise, it is dead center. Every crystal in my house is connected to it. I have this quantum field here. So these are very, very, very powerful to work with. They feel amazing when you hold them. I have a smaller one that I actually carry in my purse so that wherever I travel, I'm in this protected grid and I'm always working at a higher level. So, all right. Any questions about a beta? We'll talk about the vortex grid tomorrow. Okay. All right. Let's, oh, they also help with EMFs. Even though it's got quartz as the base, the beta formation really helps protect against EMFs. All right, Brandberg. Oh my gosh, I have Brandbergs in the store. They're small, an inch to like an inch and a half, so they're affordable. I got a really good supply at an unbelievable price because these are getting virtually impossible to find.
I actually have a rutilated Brandberg.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, Brandbergs are phenomenal. Okay. They come from the Brandberg Mountains in Namibia. And that mountain range is called the Mountain of the Gods. It's a sacred site. The Brandberg mine flooded, oh, I don't even know how long ago. 2008, maybe 2008, 2012. I don't know. It was a while ago. And so that mine is done. That mine is done. They're finding other veins because crystals grow in these veins. Okay, so they're finding other veins, but not that much. So new Brandbergs are just not really happening. It's very hard to find. When you do find them, they pick the person. Absolutely, they pick the person. And the one thing, I didn't learn this until 2 years ago. Once a Brandberg picks you, you're done. No other Brandbergs. Like when, especially if it's a bigger one. So the photo on the right is mine. Mine is about 4 inches. Okay, it's got druzy on it. It's got water bubbles. It's got, I don't know if you can see the angel in the main face. It's got an angel. It's a channeler. It's got all sorts of things. It will not let me buy another Brandberg. I was looking at one at a show that was outrageous in price, but it was covered in druzy prehnite. And it was like, oh my word, I have to have this. And literally, I heard a voice in my head that said, "You will be dead to me." And I'm like, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. Brandbergs are the crystal that need to be in your energy field every day. Not every minute of the day, but at some time during the day, they have to be in your energy field. Mine is on my nightstand. When I travel, she goes with me. So she's been everywhere. She's got her own little passport. Okay. If you are without your Brandberg in a 24-hour period, you won't feel right. Brandbergs are very subtle in how they work with you, but they are possessive. They are possessive. So I'm super fine having my one Brandberg. And every now and then, like I met a Brandberg dealer in Denver last year and brought back only a couple of pieces because they are not cheap. They are not cheap. Oh my gosh. Even a 1 inch piece can be $400 or $500. That's not what I have in my store. I really got a good deal a year or so ago. But when you are ready to work with a Brandberg, just put the call out. I want a Brandberg, and it will find you. I may not even have it in my store. I think I have 10 pieces in my store. It may not even be for you, but make sure that the one that you are calling in is for you because it's for life. You don't buy based on size. You don't buy based on what it looks like. You are basing it on resonance. On, oh my gosh, I feel that I need this. If they are over 2 inches long, if they are clear, like you can see through them, not all the way, but like if there's clarity, those are rare. These have amethyst or smoky or both in the interior. Okay, and they grow with phantoms, which we'll talk about tomorrow. They grow with rainbows, they grow within hydros, which are water bubbles. And these are extremely high vibration that keep you grounded. Okay, so this is a grounding and ascending energy. They are attuned to the white flame. So go back to that chart that we just talked about with the different uh, energy rays. Where is that? I don't even know what page that is on. The white ray, the white energy ray is the highest energy ray that you can connect to. This is pure consciousness. Okay. It anchors you to the earth as it spikes you into higher energies. You will align with who you are at a soul level. When you find your Brandberg. Now, I know people who buy Brandbergs and they don't understand the connection. They may not have even really truly found their Brandberg. When you find your Brandberg, you know it. You absolutely know it. You honestly cannot fathom living without it. It is such a deep connection. It is a soul mission. This is basically your partner when you align, when you are ready to align with why you are here. So be ready for it to shift you because you may think, well, I'm here for this reason. And the Brandberg's like, that served you well, but that's not your mission. We're going to start very slowly and gently, like, do, 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 do. We're going to flip you over to this way. When you work with it on your soul star and your stellar gateway chakras, you are attuned to your spiritual identity and you do not hide it from the world at all. You openly share it. And it doesn't matter what people think. If they don't understand crystals, not my problem. If you're ready, I'll teach you. If you're not ready, that's your path. This is my path. I'm not going to keep it to myself. You know, that's what a Brandberg does. It just opens you up and you stop holding back. It will remove energy attachments just by holding it. It's like boop, boop. It's like get these energy attachments. It doesn't cut. Remember, we don't cut, we remove. And a Brandberg will do that. It'll also release old soul contracts because we all came here with things to learn, things to do, and the Brandberg's like, let's learn it and release it. Learn it and release it. Like you don't have time to waste. Let it go. Okay. So when you are ready, put out the call. It's monogamous. You really don't get a second one. You will be drawn by the resonance, not by the size. Okay, so Brandbergs are for advanced light workers. That's really what they're for. And it's got to be in your energy field at some point every day. All right, so Tina, you have one. How do you feel when you're working with it, or how, like, what's your relationship with your Brandberg?
She's just really cozy. She's very comforting.
Yeah. Nice, nice. And do you find that it is in your energy field at some point every day?
It is. I'm always around it.
Yeah.
Walk past it multiple times. Yep.
And that's what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, Brandberg is not going to leave you alone. Kind of like how Rudy is always by my side. He's my stalker. He's sitting right here in a box, looking out the window, sitting with the crystals. That's what it's like. It's like you will not leave me alone. Like I'm yours. Why would you neglect me? Why would you go on travel without me? It will not let you. So be prepared because you're tuning in to a very deeply grounded, very high frequency crystal. And once you find your Brandberg, you lock in to it. And it's like we're on a roller coaster now. You're locked in, you're belted in, Let's go. Let's go. So I love Brandbergs. So I'm going to keep testing this whole monogamous thing because I had not ever felt that until 2 years ago. And basically my Brandberg said, if you bring her home, you're dead to me. And it's
Well,
like, I
I
don't,
have two other ones, but there's definitely one that I am way more attached to.
yeah. So the other ones are not that they don't work, but it's not that laser soul connection. So you have the one that's yours. That's yours. And it's like these other ones can just sit there and be just pretty quartz.
Mhm.
But the Brandberg connection is it's one. It's one. All right. So I do have Brandbergs. All right, let's go to Danburite. I do not have Danburite in this store. It is getting harder to find, and I am not okay with that. So I talked with my Danburite dealer in Tucson, and he's like, we're struggling to get it. So I don't know what's going on. He couldn't really explain it to me, but um, I will keep on the lookout because this is a straight up fifth dimension crystal. There's nothing grounding at all about Danburite. You can get white Danburite, pink Danburite, golden Danburite. I've had all of those in the store. I love all of them. And this is a crystal of enlightenment. It originated in Danbury, Connecticut, and now it's found in Mexico. I don't understand that connection, but it is now overwhelmingly found in Mexico. I don't even know if I've seen any coming out of Connecticut. But this is where your heart goes into what's called a higher heart connection. So it's a more elevated heart chakra energy. And it just goes right up the chakra column to connect to all the higher chakras. Now, a lot of people look at this and they think it's quartz, and it's not because it's four-sided. Quartz is six-sided. This is four-sided. And there is a facet on it. And sometimes they will polish the facet, and that's right up at the top. And sometimes it looks like a heart or like yeah, like a heart. And that because that's a picture of mine on the left. And that facet, there's really only two big facets, and then on the side there's two very, very tiny ones. Um, it feels a little greasy. Like if you feel it up against quartz, first of all, quartz is colder. It feels a little greasy. It has striations that go up and down, whereas on quartz, any striations go sideways. So if you see the up and down striations, it's danburite. This is a pure, sweet vibration. Oh my gosh. It's when you integrate the Danburite energy, think back to that video of Valerie Hunt of how your energy field impacts those around you. I think we all need some pure, sweet energies right now. This is powerful. Power, just holding it expands your energy field, and it's doing it from the heart. Okay, it's doing it from the heart chakra. So not only is it a powerful heart healer, it is a heart expander energy to encompass more people. It is powerful for deep change. This solar eclipse that we are having, I mean, we're going to feel these energies for a while. This is not a one and done today. And then when we add it to Neptune going into Aries tomorrow, we are completely changing as human beings. And for a lot of people, that's scary. People don't like change. Dan Burite says, you are here as a human being to evolve, to change, to elevate the human race. How we are right now is not what the human body was 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago. We are always evolving. Welcome to the evolution. Danvorite helps you with deep change, leaving the past behind so that you're not looking through the little rear view mirror in your car. You're looking out the big windshield. You're looking forward, not backward. Its primary skill is energetic and karmic healing. It deepens meditation so that you're literally meditating through your heart chakra. It is like a psychic surgeon for ancestral healing and old wounds to really get to the heart of the issue. For anybody who feels like they've gone through soul fragmentation or soul loss, this starts calling the fragmentation back to you. That happens when there's trauma. Your soul will fragment off to preserve itself. A part of our soul is still in source, but it'll go back, and you're kind of like a shell of a person. Shamans can do soul retrievals, so can Danvorite. It draws you back to you. So very, very sweet, pure vibration. Amazing, amazing high vibrational energy. Okay. All right. Question about Danvorite. All right. Demoderite. My demoderite is missing. I went looking for it this morning, and it's like, where the heck is she? I don't know where she is. She is off in another dimension. I'm going to have to go find her. Okay, I've got this. I got this in the store. Not only do I have Demoderite tumbled, which is fantastic for grids, but I have the Demoderite in quartz. And I restocked in Tucson, and it has not been offered yet. So if if you're drawn to this, I've got it. I've got
Actually got me one back, the tantric twin.
Yes. Yes. So thank you for requesting that, because I put out the call as soon as I landed in Tucson. I named like 6 or 7 crystals. I'm like, this is what I need. Make me find it. And I did. So thank you for that request. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found it. It's been years since I've had Demoderite in the store. I love Demoderite. It is my number one crystal for getting blocks removed and transmuted, which then opens doors. Demoderite is basically you keep hitting a brick wall over and over and over again, like with your health, with your mindset, with your intuition, with whatever. You're hitting a brick wall. Demoderite is the blast that not only blasts the brick wall to get that block out of your way, but then it creates a doorway. And you're like, oh, I think I'm going to walk through this. That's what Demoderite does. That is the primary thing that I love it for. So you can use it for problem solving. You can work with it to give you willpower, self-discipline. It is a crystal of courage. So basically, it is the crystal version of the Valor oil. This is deep courage. It takes courage right now to flow with the energy shift. Most people are hunkering down, they're digging their heels in the ground. And what that's collectively doing is making the energy shift harder than what it needs to be. Because most people don't like change. Why can't we go back to the way things were? That's past. It's not possible. It's not possible. This gets you out of that energy. It makes you more receptive. Okay. So many grids that I build have Demoderite in it, because if I'm building a grid, it's because there's a block. And it's like I've got to blast this block to get me through the door to what I want. Because what I want is on the other side of the brick wall. I've got to blast it with this. Okay. So this helps me get very clear on my intentions and break the old patterns of what I want. So if you know that you have patterns that are not serving you, just even take a tumbled Demodorite and carry it in your pocket. Carry it in your pocket all day. And remember, the non-dominant side of your body is where you carry it so that you are drawing in the energy. So if you write with your right hand, you wear it in your left pocket. If you write with your right hand and you put it in your right pocket, it's going out to others. Okay. So carry it in the non-dominant side of your pocket. This is very, very protective. And it's just beautiful. It's a beautiful crystal. Okay. When you get it with the threads in it, that is outrageously rare. The type that I have in the quartz is more like powdered coloring in it and on the outside of it. And then the tumble just looks like blue quartz. It's really powerful. I always have Demodorite in the store because it is super powerful. All right, so it helps with blocks, with fears, with old habits, busting through those, getting to the next level. That's Demodorite in a nutshell. All right, questions about Demodorite? All right, let's go to Epidote. I was terrified of Epidote for a decade. Terrified. Only 2 years ago did I open myself to Epidote because I call Epidote the kick your butt crystal. If you are completely on the wrong path, Epidote will just smack you onto your right path. So this was 12, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 years ago. A friend of mine, when I was living in the DC area, loved Epidote, worked with it all the time, and then came to a class and told me she was diagnosed with cancer. She lost her job. Her husband left her. She had to foreclose on her house. And she's like, I think this is the Epidote. And when we started researching it, it's like, oh my gosh. This, if you are focused on what you don't want, it's going to give you more of that. What it did was it stripped away from her everything that was not right. Now she's amazing. I mean, her life is amazing. What she's built her own business. She's super healthy. She's super happy. So I was terrified of it. This is known as the crystal of increase because epidosis in Greek means to increase. It is a mirror of what is going on inside of you. So if you are focused on everything that you don't want, which is what a majority of the collective is focused on right now, which is why there's so much anger and fear. They are focused on, I don't want this, I don't like this, I don't like this, rather than, and this is what I've been preaching on social media, focus on what you do want. Stop focusing on what you don't want because Epidote will show you what is not right because of what you're focusing on. So it will shift you ultimately into what you do want, but I would highly recommend first working on really focusing on what you do want. And then when you bring Epidote in, you're going to be obsessed with it. I am now fully obsessed with this crystal because I did the mindset work ahead of time. So this is probably not a good crystal for any beginner, or if you're like, yeah, my mindset is still kind of in the crapper, like I still default to what I don't want. I still default maybe to a victim energy, to a a lack energy rather than abundant energy. Lots of other crystals that you can work with. And then when you know that you've shifted, then bring Epidote in. And it'll increase where you are at. So it is transformative. It is one of the biggest transformative crystals that you can work with. When you get epidote in quartz, quartz amplifies, so you have amplified transformation. It also likes to grow with prehnite, which we'll talk about today. Prehnite softens the kick your butt transformation. It tones it down. So prehnite can get you into that more positive, forward-looking, abundant mindset transformation, and epidote is underneath it, helping with that. So right now, even if you say, my mindset's in the gutter, I keep focusing on what I don't want, you can still work with epidote in prehnite. Just do not work with straight up epidote or epidote in quartz. If you feel like I have some subconscious pushback to spiritual awakening, and I don't know why. Maybe it's a past wound. This can remove that. It removes a lot of negative energy. It is very, very transformative in clearing blocks, but it is kind of like how malachite just purges negative emotions. And it's like, I don't care how you feel. Like you asked for it. I'm doing it. I'm doing my job. That's what epidote. Epidote is very, very strong. So there is a time and a place of when to work on it. And once I was ready, now I am full on obsessed. So I do have straight up epidote with quartz in the store, and it's called Fairy Forest. I don't know if you can see this. It's called Fairy Forest Epidote. It comes out of Turkey. And I restocked because I saw my Turkish dealer in Tucson. And it is gemmy and glittery, and it's a very, very deep forest green. So if you're ready, ooh,
Kind of part of my green phase.
yeah. Yeah, so that should tell you, especially if you're drawn to the epidote, straight epidote without any prehnite, that you've done a lot of work because it'll meet you where you're at and say, let's increase. Let's go. Let's go. So it will bring you more of what you focus on. Okay. So here's the thing. Even if you feel like, oh, I don't think I'm there yet. I don't think I'm still focusing on all the right things of what I want. You can work with this. I mean, you can be brave, be brave and courageous, and work with this with intention, where you hold it and say, this is where you do affirmations, this is where you do intentions, and work on your wording of what you want. So you got to get rid of words like try and can't and don't. Like those words are gone. And you focus on, I see more beauty in the world. I see more love in the world. I see positive relationships in the world. I see good things happening. I only see good things happening. Like this is how you work with epidote. And it's like, okay, I'll take you where you're at and let's increase it. It's beautiful, but I fully admit I was afraid of it. I was afraid of it before, and now I love it. Okay. All right. Questions about, so I have tumbled epidote in prehnite, tumbled versions for grids. I have the forest fairy epidote in quartz. And I think that's all I have. I think that's all I have right now in the store. All right. Euphoralite. Oh my gosh. Do you all have, Melanie, did you get a Euphoralite? I don't know if she's there right now. Tina, you have one or more, right?
I do.
Yeah, this is a very, very important crystal right now. And unfortunately, I've had to now limit because my supply, it's all I don't think I'm ever going to get it again, just because of the mineral dispute happening between the two miners. So I want to make sure everybody has at least one, but this is powerful. That this is absolutely powerful crystal. Um, it is grounding and you ascending, and each one does something different. So Tina, which ones do you have?
I have the the blue ice and then the green. Forget what we called that one, the green and gold
Transformation.
transformation. And then I have the light, the lilac one,
Oh, the lavender sky.
the new one. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so you'll see in the workbook they all do something different. And there's not a lot of information online about these. And of course, when I talk with Mark, the miner who I have been buying from for the last couple of years, he just has the geology and the mineral information. So what I put in your workbook is based on my work with these. And there are some other varieties of euphorolite by other names, but I haven't worked with those. So the six that are in your workbook, those are the ones that I've worked with. But this is a grounding and ascending crystal, and the name euphorolite is really spot on because you feel euphoric. I mean, I don't know if you feel the goosebumps working with it. Do you get any physical sensation?
Maybe a little tingly.
Yeah, yeah. And I have found that people who struggle to feel crystal energy, because that's clairsentient, where you can sense, and that
Mhm.
may not be their primary clair. I find that they can feel euphorolite, tingly, um, goosebumps,
Mhm.
energy running up and down their light column. So this is a very, very powerful crystal and fantastic for meditation. So it's going to help with the causal chakra because if you can even just look at it, gaze into it for 5 minutes, you are in meditation. And these are beautiful crystals to stare into. I have some raw pieces that, frankly, aren't that great to look at,
Mhm.
which is why they polish them because they're beautiful when they're polished. Absolutely
Yeah.
breathtaking. So this is a very important crystal right now, and I really hope that I can get more. But this dispute that's happening with the mineral rights, like Mark is the miner that I buy from, and I
Mhm.
used to buy directly from him, but then he said, "Nope, me and my son are mining, and I've handed off the polishing and who gets to sell them to it's a company in California."
Mhm.
That and so that I was approved to be a broker, or a seller. They're the broker. I'm the seller. And I don't know how many people they have selling. There's really not that many online. They no longer want to be the broker. They said, we do not want to get involved in the mineral rights because the other guy, Gary, has already threatened to sue us for selling these. So they had to change the name to Indigo Light
Right.
rather than Euphorolite. And they said Gary was going around Tucson, bad mouthing them, threatening them. And that's why I won't work with Gary
Yeah, doesn't
at
sound like
all.
a very savory individual.
Yeah. And Mark said that Gary was mining where he has mineral rights, but then trademarked the name. And
Mhm.
Mark's like, that's my property. You can't come on and then trademark it. So that's the lawsuit
Yeah.
that they're in. So this dealer in California is like, we're done. It's not worth it. So
I don't blame them.
Yeah. And I don't need anybody coming after me. The other big seller of Euphorolite worked exclusively with Gary, and Gary worked exclusively with them. And
Mhm.
it's all off her website. She's done. She's done. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's because of this or if Gary cut off her supply, or maybe Gary doesn't even have a supply. I don't know. But like,
That's a mess.
yeah, and this really does happen in the crystal world, which is why some crystals just disappear. And it's because there's no more mining because there's a dispute happening. So yeah, so cherish your euphorolite. I mean, this is a very ancient crystal. It's like 2.8 billion years old, and it 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 has the negative ions that are the exact same thing when you go in nature, either like walking a beach or you're in a forest. It is that sort of energy. So really protective, fantastic for depression, fantastic for anxiety, like it's grounding and ascending. It's super powerful.
Mm.
All right. I see Melanie hopped off. She told me she's on call this weekend, so I just have to keep track of
Yeah,
when
it looked like her car was kind of the last spot.
she may have been called in. So so anyway, do you need a break or do you want to keep going?
I'm good. And if you're good, I'm good.
All right, let's keep going. All right, Herkimer Diamonds. So this is, oh, she just came back in. Okay. Um, so Herkimer diamonds come from one location in Herkimer County, New York. I have seen Tibetan Herkimers from the Tibetan mountains. I don't think so, or from the Himalayan mountains on the Tibet side. They're not Herkimers. They are a quartz formation that look like Herkimers. Herkimer diamonds are location specific, just like euphorolite. Black Hills of South Dakota, location specific. A lot of crystals are location specific. So, yeah, and I've seen Pakistan Herkimers. Um, the one dealer who has all the beta morions, he labels his Pakistani Herkimers Packamers. And I have chastised him for that. I'm like, you cannot be making up crap names. You can't do that. Oh, but they got the Fenster formation, which you can see on the screen on the
Yeah.
right, kind of the triangular Fenster formation. Well, they got the Fenster formation like the Herkimers. They're not Herkimers. Herkimer is Herkimer County, New York, period. Like you can call it Pakistani Fenster quartz. You can call it that because it's
Yeah,
from
but it's not from
Pakistan.
Herkimer County.
Right. It's like,
Yeah.
and it and he knows I'm upset with him about that because he will not change it. And it's like, dude, like I'm not going to recommend anybody go to you anymore if you're playing fast and funny with these names. I don't like
Well, it's the difference where things come from,
that.
sometimes
Yeah.
when you're working with them. So,
Yeah. Yeah. And what's interesting, the Himalayan mountains have their own energy. The Herkimers have their own energy. They're different.
they're
So
really
it's like,
different.
so these have that Fenster formation. They're from the Himalayan mountains. They're from Pakistan. It's a different energy. Like you can't call them Herkimers. So
I
just
just recently got a new Herc and it's super pretty. It has a lot of black in it, so carbon, but it also has anthraxolite in it.
I've never heard of that. What the heck is that?
It is a black hydrocarbon that originated from life forms that lived when the sedimentary rocks were deposited.
Oh,
So it's kind of, I don't know, it seems like almost like maybe a garden quartz. It was something that was alive that,
yeah.
hmm it's really different. I saw it and like, whoa. And so
Nice.
the gal actually from the dealer, she bought it from a dealer, obviously in New York. And yeah, they had all the back story and information on it with the anthraxolite.
Wow. That's fascinating. See that's the thing. There's so much that can blend in with these crystals and just yeah, that's awesome to have that information. That's the stuff that I like when dealers know that rather than just saying, I don't know what it is. It's like, well, that's not beneficial. Like that's not helpful to me. So that's amazing.
It clearly has carbon deposits in it, which a
Yeah.
lot of them do. But I mean, this is a whole other different, it's almost like a chlorite look to it, but it's black.
Nice. Nice. So Herkimers are my go-to crystal when you just want to raise your personal vibration, like right here and right now, no matter what your mindset is. Like you may be fully within third dimensional energies, but you're like, I want to raise my personal vibration based on where I'm at right now. This is a great crystal to basically elevate you to the best version of yourself right now. Not the highest that you can potentially become, because we're getting there with the Himalayans and the Tibetans. But like right now, I want to be the best version, the highest personal vibration that I can be right now based on my evolution. That's a Herkimer.
Okay.
That's what a Herkimer really does. Now they're naturally double terminated. Some can have the anhydrous, which are the water bubbles. If it's got the black carbon, that's for detoxing. You know, you can put these in water. You can drink. Absolutely. Um,
Yeah, they're hard. So,
yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is quantum healing blended with white light. Okay, quantum healing with white light. So very, very high vibrational frequency. It's also a great attunement crystal. So by attunement, you're attuning yourselves to the frequencies that are coming in to planet Earth. So you may feel like, I had somebody say this to me the other day, Allie, you talk about these light codes, like I feel nothing. Well, they're here. They're here. You need to intentionally get yourself like tuning the radio, with the old-fashioned dial.
mhm.
That's what an attunement is. You're like attuning yourself to tap into it. And that's where it's raising your personal vibration, where you are at to tap into the frequencies that are coming in. Maybe not all the frequencies, but it's like, tune me into what I am capable of handling right now. That's what a Herkimer is. Okay. It's a great crystal for doing shadow work because it illuminates the darkness. We all have darkness in us, and darkness doesn't mean evil. It just means what we've suppressed. So it can shine a light on it so that you can say, oh, now I see that. And it's the knowing that transmutes. Like you don't even necessarily need to do anything. It's just, oh, now I know why I am triggered by that. Now I know why I am blocked by that. Herkimer shines light. It's a light shiner. So it's really good for clarity and soul growth. I like to use it to connect me with other people, other animals. So like I have a foster cat that I fostered, oh gosh, probably, I don't know, four years ago. I loved her so much. I wanted to keep her, but I already had three cats. Three's my limit. So I adopted her to a friend of mine. But we have a Herkimer that we are attached through. And I can hold this Herkimer and like I can connect with her. I can communicate with her. You can even, for loved ones who are just in a different location. Maybe they moved across country. You can have a Herkimer where you telepathically connect with them, even for those who have passed on. you can have Herkimers connected to them. And you just have to ask the Herkimer, please connect with, list the person or pet. And then when you meditate with it, you are in a non-dimensional, like you have collapsed all the dimensions and you can just connect and you can communicate with them. So I really love it for that. And it's also great for DNA refiguring. Our DNA is always adjusting itself. So any sort of cellular disorders, um, anytime you just want to basically upgrade your DNA, that's a Herkimer. Okay. So a great meditation technique is to have a Herkimer in each hand, sit cross-legged. So you're basically sitting where your body makes a pyramid, and it will attune you to the highest frequencies on earth that you are able to handle. And that's just a great meditation. Just one in each hand, sit cross-legged. It's called a Herkimer meditation. All right, any questions about Herkimers? And I do not have Herkimers in my store right now. I'm hoping to get some next month. Because even in Tucson, the Herkimers there outrageously overpriced. They are using more of the gem quality where you get a little tiny pea-sized nugget for like $300.
Oh my gosh.
That's not the Herkimers I want. I don't want the clear glass, perfectly double terminated, formed. That's not what I want. I want the ones that look messy, that have all the inclusions, all the scratchings, all the etchings on it. Um, that's what I want. And those are more affordable. So I'm hoping next month I can restock. All right. Oh, Melanie messaged that she,
I caught that. She had to see a horse.
a horse. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Kunzite. Oh my gosh. Okay. Kunzite, I don't stock in the store anymore until I can find a reputable source that is not sending the money back to the Taliban.
So old kunzite, which I have a piece from you. This is probably my very, very favorite crystal. And I have the lavender, I have blue, and I do a recently acquired hiddenite. So
Yeah. Yeah. Hiddenite, the green version of
yep,
kunzite. Yeah, or spodumene, that's the name. So the pink version of
true.
spodumene is kunzite, the green version of spodumene is hiddenite. And yeah, if you can find it pre-August 2021, but hopefully even selling it now, they do not have to send the money back to the Afghani government, which is the Taliban.
Yep.
So it's just asking questions like, do you get to keep all the money from your crystal sales?
Mhm.
That's the question that I ask. So, so right now I do not have kunzite, but I still talk about it because I think it's a very important crystal to have. Um, some people call it the stone of emotion or the woman's stone because it has a very deep, um, matriarchal, divine feminine energy to it. Not like women are emotional mess. I'm actually finding women are so like aware of emotions that it's the masculine energy that has no control over their emotions right now. It's so interesting. And I have literally, and I know it comes through snarky and condescending, which I don't care. Um, but when like I'm in business groups with a lot of patriarchal energy. And man, do they get emotionally worked up about stuff. And I'll just go up to them and say, you're having a lot of feels right now. Do you need a crystal for those emotions to help you process them? And they get so offended. And it's like, I've done my job.
Got a crystalline and oil for that.
Yes. But I'm finding women are really strong in their emotional center. Like we have dominion over our emotions, and the masculine energy does not. And that fully tells me that the matriarchal grid on our planet, it is already anchored. And so the patriarchal energy is dissipating and they're just all emotional about it. And it's like,
It's
oh,
funny because it's kind of a script flip because it was always the historical or hysterical female,
yeah.
from years ago.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And that flip has been recent, like in the last 5 years.
Mhm.
So yeah, so I just love to say to the matriarchal energies or the patriarchal energies when I see them, I'm like, you're having a lot of feels right now. Are you okay? And they're just like, I'm fine. And it's like, I have a crystal for you. Oh, we're turning the tables. So, so even though all the kunzite that I am finding is coming out of Afghanistan. Shockingly, the largest piece was found near Mount Rushmore. It's 47 feet long and 100 tons in the Ada mine in South Dakota.
Wow.
So it's like, where's all of our South Dakota kunzite? And that's what I ask when I go to the shows. I'm like, does anybody have South Dakota kunzite? And even Mark, the euphorolite dealer, he's like, what? And I'm like, dude. Like you're a South Dakota miner. Come on. Like, can we chop up this 47-foot long piece and get us some?
Little, yeah, at least some little pieces.
Yeah.
Funny how
So
there's like so much there because I mean there's so many like fossils, dinosaur fossils and stuff in the Dakotas as well. And
yeah.
kind of all seems connected.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, just keep putting it out that we need to get our kunzite from South Dakota. So I have never seen any, so I don't know if it looks like the kunzite coming out of Afghanistan, but there's gemmy kunzite where you can it's transparent, you can see through it, and I did have some of those pieces. And then there's the translucent where you can see into it but not through it. Um, this this is a very powerful crystal for number one, self-love. That's the first thing to do. It's like a domino effect. Self-love, then love of others. You cannot love others, you cannot have unconditional love unless you have it for yourself. So it does that first. So this is really fantastic for self-esteem, self-worth. Every teenage girl and in the early 20s needs to have one of these, even if they don't know what it does. Every star seed on this planet needs to have a kunzite because star seeds can struggle with the energies and they need to feel very empowered in who they are and not hide it. It's good for new moms with fussy babies, and the moms are like, oh my gosh, like I'm going to lose it. They need kunzite. Um, it it just radiates deep peace and it's connected to universal love. Okay, so we've got the quantum field with the universal grid of a loving energy, and that's what kunzite connects to. It's different than rose quartz. Rose quartz goes very deep within us. Kunzite goes into the quantum field of universal love. So the same, but slightly different, and it's more potent. Fantastic for meditation, and it contains lithium. Lithium helps with depression. So this is a good crystal where depression leads to low self-worth, low self-esteem. So that's how this works together. So yeah, I'm always on the lookout. I need to talk to these pair of brothers that I know in Ohio that are from Afghanistan. And they're basically smuggling crystals to the Pakistani border to get to them. And I
That's
just,
where the Hidden Night came from because there again, that I think last week I was talking about that new store in town that I had talked to the gentleman last weekend, and
yeah,
his connections are mostly Afghanistan and Pakistan, and these are from families that are somehow, being able to smuggle it across.
yeah, yeah, which I'm all good with that. And I just need to come out and point blank ask these brothers, Is any money going to the Taliban? I feel comfortable enough now to just point blank ask them. So I'm hoping I can get more kunzite in the store. So stay tuned. All right, let's go to kyanite. All right. So different colors of kyanite, which most people don't know. They know the blue. Um, I still have one piece of green left in my store. All the black kyanite is gone, but I'm hoping I'm going to get more in May when I go to a particular show. I've never had orange. I don't even have orange.
I've been looking for orange for so long.
Yeah. I ask and ask and ask. I've never seen it. I know it exists, but
Mhm.
I've never seen it to get it. Okay. When all four of these come together, it creates total balance in the energy field. These are powerful in the energy field. I like to take, I don't care what color it is, I got a green right now, and sweep it through the energy field. Oh my gosh, tingles and goosebumps. This is where kyanite thrives, is in the energy field. And it's generally in the shape of a wand, and that's how you can use it. So at the end of the day, when if you come home from being out in public, sweepy, sweepy, get this through the energy field. I don't care what color you're working with. I mean,
Keep it by the door.
yeah, yeah, oh yeah, and I know people who like to put this above like the door jamb,
Huh.
so that when people walk through it. Now, I would be afraid that a door shuts and it falls and it, breaks, but you can absolutely put this near a front door. Yeah.
Good
It
idea.
it sweeps the energy system. So, orange works on creative blocks. The green works on emotional blocks. Black works on stuck energy and toxic cords, like removes the toxic cords. So you just sweep it through the energy field. And blue is just very soothing to the energy field and just really attunes you to high frequency energy. Because when we can go high frequency, we solve problems from a different energy that created it. So it's like we're in the airplane and we're looking down, and it's like, oh, that's what it is. Now I know how to solve it because I have a bird's eye view. Uh, and it takes those high frequency energies and grounds it into where you are now. So, a lot of people, they talk about these high frequencies, and most people are like, but I'm not tapped into that. This takes you into high frequency and draws it into now where you are. Okay. So that you can literally experience fifth dimension, high frequencies in this realm. So it's a great quantum healing crystal for total balance, helps the nervous system. It just instantly aligns everything. It just it's like a Hoover vacuum. It's like cleaning your energy field, aligning the chakras, de-stresses. I mean, it just strengthens your intuition. You just feel stronger because your light column is stronger. That's kyanite.
So when you have the little, like the really pretty little iridescent shards, they're just off the bigger, like blue pieces. Is that?
Yeah.
And I've seen a couple people around there calling it, indigo kyanite
Oh my gosh, no. Yeah, and I still have a couple pieces left of what I call the gem kyanite because I can't see completely through it, but it's translucent. Like I can really see into it. Whereas what you see on the left of the screen, it's cloudy. You can't see through it. So I I hold it up and yeah, it's like a very pale blue. I can see through it. I got a couple pieces of those left, and I think I have one green left. Um, yeah, and that's all I got right now. So, but I love it in the energy field. This is working not in the physical body on the seven chakras. It's out in the energy field. This is where you want to use it. Sweep your energy field. You can sweep the energy field of an animal. Oh my gosh. Like Rudy, here we go. He's sitting right here. Oh, he's rippling, like his whole fur is just rippling. So it's fantastic for animals, especially if two animals got in a fight or an animal and a person got in a fight, sweep the energy field of the animal. Like it just clears all of that.
Do you have tumbled kyanite?
I do not. I do not. I may be able to get some, but I do not. That's a good idea for
I would
grids.
say it would be a great grid to clean energy.
I'm making a note because I'm always going to shows. So I got a show next month. I got one in May, and then over the summer there's generally nothing. So
I've seen some polished. I have a, excuse me, a polished piece of kyanite, but I haven't seen like tumbleds proper. So I was just curious if you can even get them.
yeah, I've seen them.
It'd be like, and it'd be a great grid.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. So definitely I will focus on that. All right. Next. Hematite and magnetite I put together because they have very, very similar energies because they're both iron oxide. That's it. They just grow in different formations. The magnetite is growing in the tetragonal, the pyramid. That's the normal formation. It's phenomenal. And I wish I could find the natural formation. I don't even know where I got these years and years ago. Um, a lot of times you see polished. Magnetite, though, is hard to find, which is why I'm swapping it out for hematite. To me, they work very similar. Now, this, and I need to take a video of this, but I have, and I keep it in a bag. I have some magnetite. Oh, and it's got iron shavings on it. And so the iron shavings are,
Oh, wow.
can you see
So it's
that?
actually magnetized.
Yeah, this is magnetized with the iron shavings, and I've got three
That's cool.
pieces. And when I put them together, the iron shavings transfer to the other one. I really need to make a video of that. Yep,
That's really funny.
now I've got iron shavings on me because I am not magnetic. So I keep them in a little bag. Um, I need to find more of these, but finding magnetite is virtually impossible. I don't know what's going on.
I just recently got a larger piece, and I think it came from somebody in South Africa.
Yeah, good. When you find it, grab it. But in
And
the
there's actually, I guess, mines there. I mean, it came with all the mine specifications and
yeah, yeah, I don't know why it's not readily available because iron is readily available in the planet. Um, so I swap it out with hematite.
and
Okay.
I think and it's funny because my little magnetite piece, it also has a couple chunks of ruby on it.
Ooh.
And
Oh my,
little baby, hitching a ride ones, but
oh
it's
my gosh.
cool.
Very cool. That because those are two totally different energies. That's awesome. So, so these are just pure grounding crystals. And when we do tomorrow, we're actually going to do a light column activation. So, have either a magnetite or a hematite, just one piece. And then a double terminated quartz, that's for tomorrow. So in case if I forget to tell you that, that's for tomorrow. We're going to do that layout. Um, but these are just really super grounding earth chakra crystals to work with. And they're very protective because they're iron. I mean, think coat of shining armor. Very, very protective energy, very grounding. They anchor the body when you are working in different dimensions, when you are doing astral travel, you're working with a time link and you're going into the future, you're going into the past. These help with shadow work. So I put a chart in your workbook of how you can really tell the difference. And what I like to do is take it and rub it on a piece of white paper. If it leaves a black streak, that's magnetite. If it leaves a reddish brown streak, that's hematite. Now, these are virtually similar chemical makeup of iron. It's just literally one oxygen molecule off. I mean, it's just, they are very, very, very similar, which is why you can use them interchangeably. So if you can't find enough magnetite, you can use hematite. And I believe I have a body layout. Do I have a body layout that's just hematite? Hematite. I have a body layout that has a lot of hematite. I'll have to figure out which one it is. So if you can't get magnetite, just use hematite. But super grounding, super calming crystal. Very powerful right now. Helps with earth chakra activation.
Can you get like little ones? I mean, would they be like, well, I
Oh,
guess it would be good in gritting. I mean, little pieces, because I have like little pyrite pieces, but I have never seen like little hematite or, you know, everything I've seen is chunks.
thank you for asking that. I have a little, like pinky thumbnail size of magnetite. I have an entire jar of them. I've got probably 100, 200 pieces of little, and it's magnetite. Duh. I totally forgot that I had that. Sometimes I don't even know what I have in my own
Just
store.
making my grocery list as we go for after class.
Yeah, these, I mean, and I don't know, I don't even know if they're $1 a piece. They could be less than that. Like but they're super tiny and they're perfect for gritting.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. I
Mhm.
totally forgot I had that. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
That
Okay, 'cause
sounds
we got,
good.
got like an hour and 10 minutes left. We'll take a break.
Yeah, maybe Melanie can catch back up with us.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping track of where she fell off, and I'll let her know where she can hop back in.
Perfect. All right, see you in 5.
All right, we got 11 more crystals to get through. We may not finish them all today. So if you have your shungite water, that's the very last thing that we're going to do before we break today. All right, Tina, just making sure that you're back.
I am.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay. So yeah, before we break today, we'll do the shungite water testing.
perfect.
All right. Let's go to Nirvana quartz. And I'm drawing a blank on whether I have Nirvana quartz right now. I do not think that I do right now. This it To me, it's on the same level as anandamide that we talked about first, but it grows differently. This is another Himalayan quartz crystal, but
These are
it
the glaciery ones, right? The glacier push.
glacier, and that's sometimes what it's called: glacier quartz, ice quartz, growth interference quartz, because how it grows, literally the growth got interfered with, and it looks like it's got all these pock marks all
Mhm.
over it. So even how it should grow in a point got interfered with. So it just kind of looks like, um,
It's a blob. I'm fortunate enough that I have a bigger piece from you, and then I have some tumbleds from you too. So little.
yeah. Actually, I think I have some pink Nirvana. I think I've got some small pieces, I think. Um, if it's not interfered too much, they are double terminated, but it's just got all of these, like looking at it through a jeweler's loop is fascinating because it's just got all these marks and indentations because of how it grows, because it grows under the glaciers high up in the Himalayan mountains. So it just has a very unique look, a very unique energy. To me, it is very similar to anandamide. It It is attuned to the white flame. So it is very, very high frequency. I mean, if the Himalayan quartz that's really high up, the anandamide, the nirvana, and then just the straight up Himalayan quartz and the Tibetan, those are so outrageously super high, but yet they have a grounded feel because of the mountain energy. So this one helps you rise up to that fifth dimensional way of being, of embracing it. So that's kind of why, like, I've got a small piece here and I love to carry it in my pocket so that as I go throughout the day, I am just of a fifth dimensional energy, which then vibrates onto everybody else. So I love the small pieces in my pocket, and it raises your heart energy, especially if it is a pink nirvana. And the pink is coming from hematite. Sometimes it can come from iron, but it's usually coming from hematite. Well, we just talked about it, it's got a grounded energy to it. So
Yeah, you
this,
can really see the hematite specks in that one picture on
yeah,
the right.
yeah, it's oh my gosh, I just like this crystal just is so peaceful. It is so, people talk about wanting to find bliss. This is your bliss crystal.
This one lives on my nightstand right now.
Yeah. Does it help you sleep?
I think so because right now I have the Kunzite, the Nirvana quartz, and I have a pink lithium quartz that are and the lavender sky
Oh,
quartz are kind
yeah.
of the ones those are the four that are next to my bed right now.
So I used to have this and the anandamide on my nightstand, and then I realized they are too high vibrational while I sleep. I had to move them. It's like for me, I had to move them.
Too much of a good thing.
Yeah, it was too much. It was too much. Um, so this is a soul purpose crystal. This is meditate, ask it to align you with why you're here. And then watch, you may not get an answer immediately, but watch what you are then interested in. What books are you reading? Who are you following on social media? What classes are you taking? Um, what new people are you meeting? That's how you're going to see the shift.
Mhm.
That's what this crystal does. Um, it will shed the blocks so that you can tap into the ascension energies. It's just so high. Um, you know, put it on your forehead, sweep it through your higher chakras. This crystal really is an off-body crystal, even though it works with the heart chakra to raise it. It's what I call higher heart. It's not physically our heart. It's it's a higher vibrational heart chakra energy working up and really aligning you with your soul purpose. This is a soul purpose crystal. I love it. I love it. And you can identify it by sight. You can absolutely identify it. So, all right. Let's go to Newmite. I do have tumbled Newmite and I have a dwindling supply because it's getting harder to get. And it's really going to get harder to get right now because it only comes from Greenland. And we are not making friends with Greenland right now.
Oh, but it's going to be our own place pretty soon, Allie.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. Why? Okay, so and I actually posted This was this last Saturday or Sunday based on what we were discussing? Um, we want Greenland because of this and other minerals.
Yep. Well, the same way we want to broker that deal with Ukraine, it's all the precious minerals. So,
And it's why we want Canada.
yep.
Yeah. It's all about the minerals.
The 51st state.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just crazy. So I love Newmite for a variety of reasons. I mean, it's very grounding when it's polished. It's really hard to tell it apart from other black polished crystals. But if you look in a jeweler's loop, you're going to see these streaks, and it doesn't flash like labradorite. Okay, it's it doesn't have the fractures like labradorite. What it is streaks of minerals that are in it. Um, it's got what's called anthophyllite, which is an iron silicate. It's got ghidrite, which is a lithium aluminum silicate. It is one of the oldest crystals, oldest minerals of 3 billion years old. It comes out of volcanic origins, but it did crystallize, and it is only found in Greenland. So when I went looking for it in Tucson this year, I even specifically went to a Greenland dealer,
Mhm.
and he said, I have none for you.
Okay. I don't have any. So, grocery
I
list.
I have tumbled. Which is all you need. I have tumbled. I literally think I have 10 pieces left. There's not much. And I don't know when I'm going to be able to restock. It's only mined a few months out of the year due to harsh weather conditions. What I love about this crystal is how it protects from really intentional dark energies that are being intentionally hurled at you. There's other things that I wrote about in the workbook, but for purposes of time, I just want to share a story. I've never been the sort of healer that focuses on protecting my energy from other people. I don't need to protect from other people. I just need to keep my energies grounded and raised. That's it. It's all that's within my control. I can't control other people, but if I'm grounded and ascended, there's nothing anybody can do that's going to get to me. However, I had an experience in 2014. I was working with a lady, and I had worked with her for over a decade. She's of 100% Samoan heritage, and her family had a history of medicine men, but they dabbled in dark energy. She knew how to work dark energy. And everybody detested her, but I knew how to work with her, and I saw good in her. I was able to see good in her. She was a very generous person, but if you got on her bad side, whether she knew it or not, she was spewing dark evil energy, like it was bad. So she was the number one in a division. I was her number two. She got fired. I got elevated to number one. She came after me. And that's when I said, I need to get Newmite. I had Newmite in my office and I had it at my front door. So that when I came into my home at the end of work, if
That's
she was not going to come with me.
Yeah.
And it absolutely worked to where now I still, for no particular reason other than a lot of dark energy is surfacing to transmute. And dark energy loves to go for light energy. Our light literally can draw it in. And so while I don't think about it, like I know so many people that are like, I have to put all my protective bracelets on it's like you're literally so focused on the dark energy that you're drawing it to you. I don't think about it, but I have a jar on my nightstand that has Newmite, Amazonite, and almandine garnet. That is like the trifecta that I came up with. And I have it in my nightstand. I have 3 pieces of each, and I forget about it. But this is powerful. It's even powerful for electromagnetic frequencies. So, I'll even carry this on me if I'm going to be in a very stressful environment or around a bunch of toxic, negative people. So, like in May, I'm going to go to Dallas to teach at a very large domestic violence conference. And while those people are doing amazing work, a lot of them are survivors of domestic violence. Do you hear, do you hear that? That's Dobby. Dobby, are you done eating? He's bringing a toy. And he just dropped it. Thank you, Dobby. He does it after every meal.
It's his ritual.
It's his ritual. Because there's a lot of survivors and they still have a lot of trauma that they haven't worked on, there
Mhm.
can be a lot of dark energy that is at these criminal justice conferences. I will have Newmite in my pocket.
Okay.
So I love this crystal. So anyway, I have tested this with my EMF detector, and it is actually more powerful than black tourmaline.
Really?
Yeah, but I can't get it in big pieces. And sometimes we need big pieces like to anchor the corners of the house or to put in front of a television. Now, right here between me and my laptop, I've got 6 black tourmaline lined up, and they're not big pieces. They're like inch and a half. And in the center, I've got a Newmite. So I've got 6 and 1. I create a barrier.
Barrier.
Newmite is very protective, but again, I just have little tumbled pieces.
Okay.
So, this is just another EMF protector, and I love it. It has an ancient Greenland energy to it. Very, very magical. It's called the Sorcerer's Stone or the Magician's Stone. So you can actually, we have magic all around us. We just don't tap into it. So you literally can tap into serendipities and synchronicities and just increase your awareness of how magical things are, which is just energy. We're just working with energy. So this has so many meanings to it. I love Newmite. It is powerful to work with.
Okay.
All right, pedalite. I restocked on pink pedalite. I don't have the clear.
We do not have any Pedialyte or Pedalite.
So yes, so I have pink, and I swapped this out. I used to talk about phenocite or phenakite.
Yep.
Outrageously rare to get. Pedalite is rare, but I have a dealer, so I can get it. The phenakite, and to me, they are very similar energies. The phenakite, outrageously rare, and the price of it, I found it. I found little tiny, like 1 inch pieces, and my price was in the hundreds. And I'm like, no, this is a hard no. So I removed it from the class. I swapped it out for pedalite. Um, I love pedalite. It is a fifth dimensional crystal, very, very, very high level crystal. Some mistake it for quartz, kind of like danburite. But it's not hexagonal in shape. Now, the pink pedalite that I have is polished, so you don't actually see the shape, but it grows in a tabular shape. And if you to test it, you actually take a quartz point and you can scratch pedalite. Quartz is stronger, is tougher than pedalite. This is called an angel stone. So kind of like angelite and celestite, it helps with angelic connections. And shamans really like to work with it to just open your energy field, open your consciousness to raise it. I mean, when you open your consciousness, you're open-minded. You're willing to change your viewpoint, your belief about something. It's good for traveling different dimensions and very protective. Now, the pink variety is quite rare, but it takes your heart chakra and your soul star chakra and brings them into what's called coherence. Okay? When we are in coherence, it's smooth running. So again, you got to work on activating all these transpersonal chakras, the zeal, the causal, soul star, stellar gateway. When you get your soul star activated, or you can work with the pedalite to get it activated. The pink in particular gets this coherence going so that you are literally working from source energy and it's emanating out through your heart. And the heart energy is how we live, how we show up in the world, how we treat others, how we treat ourselves. It's very soul aligned. Okay. So you're basically elevating your third dimensional heart chakra to the fifth dimension. So you're elevating it and connecting it to the soul star. So some people call it the higher heart.
Okay.
And I love this crystal because when you do that and you get that connection going, the things that trigger you in the third dimension don't. They're transmuted and released. So you can actually do shadow work with this. A lot of shadow work is done like kind of with darker crystals. I don't talk about obsidian in this class, but obsidian is one that I'm putting in my shadow work class. But this is working with a lighter frequency to do shadow work so that you know what triggered you, but now you're elevated. You're in a heart soul star coherence. They're communicating. You've got free flowing energy going back and forth.
Can you work with the grid in shadow work? Like a personal grid?
Yes.
Because it seems like maybe this would be a good fit in a grid.
Yeah. Yeah. And like especially like in in any of the grids, but let's just take Flower of Life, for example. We're always looking for the domino effect. What's the first crystal and the first energy that needs to be addressed before we go to the next energy? And I would hit the pink pedalite first
Mhm.
before you even get to the obsidian, because the obsidian takes you
Deep.
into the dark shadows, and it's like, let's get heart soul star coherence going first.
And then work outer rings with the
Yeah,
darker.
yeah.
Okay.
Now, in addition to the palm stones, because I had them in the fall and I've replenished, I also have, and they're basically meant for jewelry, flat, kind of square, tabular pieces that
Or
are
like little
perfect for
cabochon
grids.
kind of things.
Yeah,
Wow, that would be great.
yeah. And I've got not a lot, but I've got a fair number of those pieces that are small enough and perfect for grids. Or you can turn it into like jewelry.
Great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So, yeah, so this is a different energy from the kunzite. It does have a self-love feature to it and self-acceptance. But what you're doing is you're taking your heart chakra and elevating it out of the third dimension into the fifth dimension, which then creates that coherence to the soul star. That's what this does. So, really, really powerful crystal to work with. Okay.
Pre-night. Love pre-night.
Prehnite, I know it's one of my favorites. It's the healer's crystal. I mean, it has such a green garden, earthy energy to it, complete like heart chakra, unconditional love. And I love the different ways that it grows. Oh my gosh, it's
Jemmy is so Amazing.
Oh my gosh. Like just all the different, like it grows in a botryoidal formation where it just kind of looks like these little
Bubbles and
blobs. The Gemmy version, the one on the bottom left, I only had one time in the store.
I got one.
Yeah, it was, and I can't even remember. The prehnite grew around another crystal. Was it limonite? I don't even remember what it was, but then the
think
lime.
I do have I'd have to go back and look, but I still have the paper that went with it. And I
Yeah.
remember talking about that. And I was lucky enough to get one, and it's one of my favorite things.
Yeah, it's like, and that crystal disappeared, and so it's just the prehnite holding
Got
the
left
shape.
behind.
Like prehnite is amazing. I mean, I just, and I love that it grows with epidote. It just makes the epidote more soothing. So I have prehnite tumbled where it's just prehnite. There's no epidote in it. I have prehnite tumbled in the store, and I have prehnite and epidote tumbled in the store. Um, I don't have any other prehnite yet, but I will get more this year. So this is like it just connects you to the earth so deeply and creates like a heart connection to the earth. It can take you into very deep meditation and connect you with the universal energy grid, which is the quantum field. It can connect you there. It is protective. It's angelic connection. Like it does so many different things. It's kind of like the best of all the things that crystals can do, all wrapped up into one. Opens your heart chakra, connects you to the earth, connects you to the quantum field, connects you to angels, connects you to the green energies of the earth, enhances your intuition, brings you peace and joy and calm. It's like everything wrapped up into one. And that's why it's called the healer's crystal. It's like, all right, we're going to give you 10 crystals for the price of one. We're just going to wrap it all into this thing called prehnite.
And it's green.
And it's green. Yeah, so it has this like healing sanctuary feel to it. Like, oh my gosh, it just, yeah, it's such a soothing energy. It helps with nightmares. So anybody that you know has nightmares, put it on their nightstand. You can put it under their pillow. Breaks up stagnation energy. Just helps you to be in harmony with everything. Harmony with the Schumann resonance, harmony with the solar flares, harmony with the earth, harmony with other people. It's just a harmony crystal. I mean, that's one of the most amazing things about it. All right, let's keep going. All right, I'm going to talk about Himalayan quartz and Tibetan quartz because to me, they feel very similar, yet they are different. And sometimes it's hard for me to put into words how they are different. Now, when Himalayan quartz grows on the India side of the Himalayan mountains. Tibetan quartz grows on the Tibet side of the Himalayan mountains. There is Pakistani quartz, which I don't carry. I don't know why. There's no particular reason why. I just love the Himalayans and the Tibetans. But the Pakistani quartz grows on the Pakistan side of the Himalayan mountains. Okay. Um, so this is all Himalayan mountain energy, and the Himalayan mountains are known as the Eye of God. These crystals, both Himalayan and Tibetan, are hand mined. Okay, so they are hand mined. And even Himalayan on the India side can also be on the side of Nepal. So you just have to watch and see where it comes from. The Ganesh Himal mountain range is where a lot of this comes from. So the family that I have been working with since 2013, that's where they mine, and they are 15,000 feet up in the air. So it's all hand mined. They have to carry it down. It's very harsh conditions. They have about 3 months out of the year that they can mine. And I love every year they find something new. I remember this is where I get what I call the ballet pink Himalayan quartz. That I see other people selling pink Himalayan quartz, and it's like, it ain't pink. It's very, very, very white. Like if there's pink in it, I'm not seeing it.
Or
They
like
get
gold,
the ballet slipper pink, like the pink pink.
really rose goldish.
Yes, that's a new discovery. That was a new discovery 2 years ago. I need to keep track. I need to go back through my notes because the rose gold that has the iron with the ballet pink,
Hmm.
that's a new discovery. I think it was 2022 or 23.
Okay.
Before that, the green Himalayan with the green chloride, that was a new discovery for them.
Mhm.
The Himalayan, the pink Himalayan that has the black pepper flakes on it, that's anatase. That was a fairly new discovery. I think that was 2023. Last year that I just got in the store, champagne, Himalayan quartz.
Okay.
It's not yellow. It's not rose gold. It's champagne. It's the color of champagne. There weren't many pieces, but they hid me some under the tables. And when I said, okay, because I always say, show me what was new in your last year's mining season. And they pulled out, I don't know how many pieces. I may only have 5 pieces, but champagne. And it's
Wow.
like, yeah. Oh my gosh, gorgeous. So these are super high vibrational. They grow closest to the celestials. That's why they're called Eye of God. Um, when you, so the Herkimers attune you to the highest vibration that you can handle basically right now. Like, what are you aligned with of all the frequencies coming in? And you may not be aware that, hey, I've elevated. The Herkimer connects you with that. The Himalayan says, we don't care if you're not ready. We're going to align you with the highest frequencies that a human being can handle. So brace yourself. It could be more than what you could handle, but it's going to take you there. So the Herkimers only take you as far as what you can handle. The Himalayans and the Tibetans say, we don't care. We're taking you there. Hop aboard the gondola. We're going up the mountain. That's what's happening. Each color means something different. The pink has iron inclusions in it that come off pink. It can also come off yellow. Um, the Himalayans are known as Samadhi. That's what they're called. So they're Samadhi Himalayan, and they can be pink, they can be golden, they can be white, they can have green, they can have the champagne color, they can be rose gold. So I always have a supply, and I think I have all of these right now in the store. And it's just a very personal, high frequency, as high as you can go, and really bridging the physical, the heart, body, mind, spirit, connecting into the higher chakras and getting you into these very, very high dimensions, but staying grounded because that's what mountains are. They're grounding. It's a crystal that has really helped me understand I'm in the right place at the right time. So stop getting frustrated. Okay? Because it's taken you, the gondola's going up the mountain. So sometimes we get frustrated and it's like, why am I not there? Why am I not there? And the Himalayan is like, chill out. You're moving. You're in the right place at the right time. Okay. Now the pink has a very motherly energy to it. So it's really great for any, you know, mother issues if you're working on that. Now, these crystals have all the features, unlike Arkansas quartz or quartz anyplace else, even the Brazil quartz. These have the masters and these have the advanced features, and we'll go through advanced features tomorrow. I have yet to meet a Tibetan that didn't have, or a Himalayan or a Tibetan that doesn't have these features. So you're going to find the Master Isis, the Tantric Twins, the Timekeepers, the Time Links. You're going to find all of that. So that's what I love about these, is that they are already embodied with master energy and advanced features. These are not your normal everyday quartz.
And some of it, like I have a tantric, I mean, this one is a tantric twin and this is Arkansas and it has a little baby on the side.
Yeah.
So I guess they're harder to find in Arkansas courts because I have both. My parents live in Arkansas, so
Yeah. You can find them, but to me,
they don't have the same feel. They're not, I will give it that. The energy is like night and day.
yeah, very different energy, and you don't find the advanced and the master features as much in the Arkansas. You can find them, but I'll tell you, with the Himalayans, that's all they are.
Yeah, well, they're like little precious treasures, you know. The
Yeah.
Arkansas stuff is, I, I mean, it's not as refined, I guess is the word I would use with
Right.
it.
Yeah, because it's not the Himalayan mountains. I mean, Arkansas is relatively flat.
It's Arkansas.
It's Arkansas. Yeah. And every location has its own frequency.
Yeah.
So yeah, so these are very different. Now, and then the pink and green, like those, that's what I'm always aiming for. I'm aiming for the blends, where I can find pink green or just green or the champagne. I'm going for the very rare pieces as best as I can. But I mean, they have a pretty huge tent and a lot of really big pieces that I would love to bring back, but holy crap. I mean, we're talking anywhere from five to $50,000. Really, really big pieces. It's like, I don't know how I'm getting them home. I mean, they are just gorgeous and spectacular. So I aim to get the more affordable ones, even though they are a little pricey.
Fire that can do those as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Now, the Tibetans, to me, again, advanced features, master features. There are black Tibetans and then there are clear Tibetans. The black Tibetans, many of the higher end crystal stores have them, and they're full of carbon.
Mhm.
What I have in my store are what are called the old Tibetans. So the guy who has the Beta Morions, here's the short story. His name is Dave. Dave and his dad. His dad has since passed away, but his dad ran a big crystal store in the Philadelphia area. And I met his dad in 2014 at a gem show. And then fast forward 4 years later, I met his son Dave, who lives here in Michigan. They brokered a deal with the Chinese government to get the old Tibetans out because when the Chinese government raided Tibet back in 1949, China took over the mining of crystals. So the newer crystals that have been mined in the last several decades, they don't feel the same. It's a lot of the black Tibetan. I'm not seeing the clear Tibetan really that much. And there's just a different energy. Black Tibetan is amazing. It's a great crystal. I have some, I put it in grids. The old Tibetan is different because the old Tibetans were mined by the Tibetan monks and they prayed over these crystals. So I have a small and dwindling supply of true old Tibetans, and when they're gone, they're gone. Now, Dave has done this thing where he, kind of like with the Beta Morions, he has taken the original old Tibetans, connected them with newer, clear Tibetans that he has to infuse them with the old Tibetan monk energy.
Charge them.
Yeah. I don't have those. I have the true, because I bought out his stock of what he said were the true old Tibetans. And at the time, I bought 8 flats. I bought a huge amount. This was like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm literally going to have to drain a savings account to buy these. I only have like a flat and a half left.
Wow.
So, but I have old Tibetans, and these are called the Global Peacekeeper. They tap into this before the Chinese government came in and became not peaceful with them. This has Tibetan monk energy. Okay. They are higher frequency than the Tibetans on the market right now. Because the Tibetans on the market right now, I mean, have that amazing carbon and hematite blend to it. It's very grounding. I mean, they're fantastic crystals, but the old Tibetans they are super high vibrational, double terminated. They have a lot of bridges on them to bridge us back to that Tibetan monk energy. So that's why they're called the global peacekeeper. They have a lot of ascended master energy to them. I have found that they resolve karmic debts. Like we are at the stage now in the ascension where the energies are like, if you have not been working on the best version of yourself and resolving karmic debts, like, okay, then that's not your mission here. But if you have been working on yourself, done. We don't care at this point. You have to ascend. You have to ascend. Karmic debts are canceled. And to me, that's what a Tibetan does. It's like, you know what? You've been doing the work. Here's your payoff. Boom, done. Like, let's elevate. Let's move on.
Can you ever find windows in these? Like windows or time links or
I have found time links. I don't think I have any windows right now. I think I still have a couple of bigger pieces, and then I have a lot of smaller pieces that are really affordable. They're like 20, 30, $40. I don't know if I've found windows. If I have, I've sold them. But I think I do have some master features left. So, so yeah. But this is also a crystal to release old belief systems. It's really amazing. So I have on my dining room table, I should put a picture in here of it. I have a huge, like a 14-inch slab, pink Himalayan, ballet pink. Every point, there's over 100 points and they're all phantoms. I have that sitting on my dining room table next to an equal size Tibetan quartz. Those two kick my butt every day, which is why they're on my coffee table. They kick my butt every day.
wow.
Basically, think elevated, rise higher, do better, be more creative, do like they push me. They push me because I don't like to do what other people do. Everybody's got something unique to do, and these two collectively push me to the point where there are days when I take a towel and I lay it over and I'm like, y'all need to take a nap. Like, stop it. Leave me alone. They're too big for me to move back and forth. I'm afraid I'm going to break them. So I just literally put a towel over them and I'm like, take a nap. You're bugging me. You're annoying me. And I've kind of had it with you. And I had that day yesterday. It's like, I'm going to sit with my pre-night epidote because I'm over you. Putting a towel on you, like zip it. So I'll take the towel off today. And it's because I'm working on these new classes and they're not letting up on me. That's what Himalayans and Tibetans do. Push, push. And they're gentle. But as you get into communication with them, it's like, oh, just like you're going to have days where you say, just stop. Like I'm going to put you in a closet. Like you need to just stop talking to me. Like I need to integrate what you're doing to me. So they are always pushing you up the mountain. They are pushing you into a higher frequency, even when you think you're not ready. The Herkimers are like, we're only going to take you as far as you're willing to go. And the Himalayans are like, yeah, that's not us. We're going to push you, whether you're ready or not. Buckle into the gondola, we're going up the mountain. So that's the difference. So remember, Tibet is the site of the seventh earth chakra. Okay, that is the site. Complete unity between Earth's evolutionary purpose, our evolutionary purpose, like huge quantum field energies. I mean, Tibet is the highest vibration. It is the tallest location on planet Earth. It is the location of the Om frequency. That's what a Tibetan does. So I have Tibetans. I have the old Tibetans. Okay. All right. Any questions about the difference between Himalayan and Tibetans? Okay. All right. How are we on time? Okay. Let's talk about rhodochrosite. Rhodochrosite. I don't have any rhodochrosite right now. I don't know why. I saw it in Tucson. I just didn't get it. I don't know why.
Getting expensive.
Oh, it's expensive. Yeah, it's expensive. But yeah, I love rhodochrosite. It's just gorgeous to look at. And this is a different heart chakra energy to it. Okay, so I talked about when on day one when I talked about the fake crystals, how you identify the rhodochrosite. It's got the bands. Depending on how it's sliced, it may look like circles. It's pink and salmon and some like whites. It's really pink, but it almost looks white. There's no black. That's rhodonite. This is all about like your positive attitude to yourself. So for any sort of self-esteem, like not able to love yourself, maybe in the past there were hurtful or harmful relationships, like it's especially as a child. This is an inner child crystal. So it's not kunzite, which is connecting to the universal love grid. It's not rose quartz. This is inner child. And when you work on your inner child to make sure that she is loved, she is safe, even if there were, everybody, even in the healthiest growing up as a child, I mean, you could have lost your doll at some point or had a sibling take your doll and throw it in the mud. And that was very hurtful back then. Now you look at it with adult eyes and you're like, that's no big deal. Yeah, stupid sibling for doing that. But you're okay. This helps you go back to your inner child and say, you're okay. You're okay. If you want to go and punch them in the kneecaps, you can go do that. But you're okay. You're okay. You don't need to carry that hurt with you. So you can literally go back through time and start transmuting. Okay. So this really helps clear like root chakra child survival issues going up to the solar plexus of empowerment, things that happen that have, maybe you feel insecure, unsafe, you don't have empowerment. This works on that, okay? It's working on all of that. This is the crystal that I pair with malachite. Now, I talk about malachite in the animal class. I haven't really talked about it in relation to people, other than it purges emotional toxins. You pair malachite with it to soften it. So I often call rhodochrosite the finger puppet crystal. So when malachite is basically in there digging around, being all harsh, rhodochrosite is over here with finger puppets with the kids saying, here, look over here. Look over here. Malachite's the tornado going in and doing this. Look over here. Finger puppet. Pay attention over here. You do not need to know what's going on. This is very soothing for any sort of release that is happening. Okay? It brings self-love first to you, and then you go into selfless love. This is how you get into basically putting empathy into action, being of service, helping others. Okay? This is your inner child, Crystal. Okay. Great for rescuers and advocates. Melanie, in your work working with animals, I'd be putting a rhodochrosite in your pocket or stick it in your bra or wear it as a necklace. Great for rescuers, great for advocates. You can even use it for animal communication. All right. Any questions about rhodochrosite? All right. So here, hold on. I've got to take a picture of, I wish I could show you this. Dobby is curled up in a little tiny box surrounded by all these crystals. He's just adorable. Oh my gosh. They know. Okay, let's go to rutilated quartz. I just restocked. This, oh my gosh, I almost lost it in Tucson because I went to who I have bought rutilated from in the past, and rutilated quartz is becoming very expensive because the rutiles are needed for the tech chips, for the tech industry. And China is buying up a lot of rutilated quartz mines worldwide. So it's becoming very expensive when it shouldn't. So I went to a dealer from Brazil that I normally buy from, and he was charging me $15 a gram. A small 1-inch tumbled crystal is maybe between 5 and 10 grams. So everything is sold by the grams and the kilos. We don't use ounces in the crystal world. So basically, one little tumbled crystal was going to cost me $150. Me. Okay, that's my wholesale. Like, let me talk you down to the cheapest rate. He was charging $15 a gram. I then found another dealer that was dramatically less than that, but it was still outrageously expensive. But then I found another dealer in Detroit the other week. I don't know how he was selling it, at what he was selling it, but I got a not a huge amount. I may have 15, 20 pieces. It's the most I've had in a long time because I got a really good deal from him. It's still expensive, but not the $15 a gram. Oh my gosh, I was horrified by that.
Do you have any small like tumbleds of those or just the little
I
bigger?
I do. I have tumbles. I have tumbled. So I have raw pieces that and I just did the identification a couple days ago, and I think I found 2 windows in a piece of rutilated. So the master windows. Yeah. Don't see those every day.
See who's looking for something with windows right now, which is why I'm talking about the old Tibetian.
Yeah, so email me your wish list. But I do have rutilated tumbleds that are really, really good price, and I have a big supply of those. I love rutilated quartz. This is like vibrational healing. You hold it, zzz, it is phenomenal. The rutiles contain titanium. Titanium is incredibly strong. So this strengthens you as you are basically blasting the blocks that are holding you back. It's like, because that takes a lot of courage to say, I'm going to let go of what's holding me back. Because as soon as you make that decision, domino effect. You it takes a lot of strength. Rutilated quartz gives you that titanium strength to say it's go time. It's go, like enough. Let go of the past. Let's break down those barriers, protect me, keep me very deeply rooted as we're doing this. And let go of the fears, let go of the anxiety, and let's just go. When you sweep a rutilated over your energy field, it's kind of like kyanite. Oh my gosh, like tingly. This feels amazing. Like you can sweep it over the field of an animal to really draw off negativity. Um, if you can find, oh my gosh, I think I have a huge rutilated cluster that I know I didn't pay that much money for back in the day. I can't even imagine what it costs now. I've not even seen big rutilated clusters, to be honest. They're breaking them up into smaller pieces. But just having rutilated out in your environment is just raising the vibration. Now, do I have a picture here? Yes. So this is a big chunk of rutilated that I have. Where do you see the silver cords that are in it? The silver strands, rutiles? That's actually silver. That is very rare. I have not seen that again, but if you find that, grab it. Grab it. That is really rare. What you're primarily going to see is the golden titanium. And it's called angel hair quartz. I love it. Oh my gosh. It is such an amplification crystal. So I have pieces. And I love rutilated quartz and grids. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay. We're gonna skip over because I want us to drink our selenite water or our shungite water. We're gonna skip over selenite, talk about that tomorrow, as well as the last three crystals. Let's bump up to shungite. Now, I want you to have your shungite water, and hopefully you haven't moved it too much. You don't want the water to move, because what I want you to do is look at the crystal, and do you see either on the crystal or on the glass, do you see bubbles?
Oh yeah, a lot of them.
That's how you know shungite is working. Now, the more you use it, the less bubbles you're going to get. Shungite is phenomenal for cleansing water. And the reason that I had you use tap water, which in some areas is kind of gross, shungite absolutely cleans the most polluted, bacteria-filled, gross water, because that's where shungite comes from. Shungite comes from a lake in the Karelia area of Russia, and it is a polluted lake. Like pollutants are just being pumped into this lake, but underlying this water is shungite. And even though they're pumping pollutants into it, it is the purest water. Shungite, technically not a crystal. It's non-crystalline carbon, but we treat it like a crystal in the crystal world. It is 2 billion years old. It is still relatively rare to find it. And there are 3 different types of shungite. I only work with elite shungite, sometimes called noble shungite. It is the highest level of carbon, 90% carbon. Okay. Thousands of years ago, they lined the Roman aqueducts with shungite in order to have pure water. Peter the Great used shungite to purify water to clean the wounds of the soldiers. It formed before organic life, which is not normal for a mineral like this. Okay. So did this help create life? I mean, we get back to that, mineral crystals before life, which I talked about on day 1. It contains virtually all minerals, but it is safe to drink. Okay, don't worry about arsenic and things like that. What it does is it contains the minerals in us. This is very, very powerful. It is the only source of fullerenes on planet Earth. Fullerenes have been studied for 2 decades. Fullerenes put an antioxidant shield around our cells. So drinking shungite water protects our cells from electromagnetic frequencies. We are becoming the crystal. When I test shungite with my EMF detector, it tests as well as, if not better, than black tourmaline. It is very, very powerful. When you put it in water, it oxygenates your water, which we need to oxygenate our cells all the time. Okay, it oxygenates the water, it fills it with calcium and with magnesium and all the other mineral components. But what is powerful is that it purifies water. When you have it in water for 48 hours or more, it creates what is called live water. It is pH balanced and it absorbs 95% or more of pollutants in water. So I put a little quote here at the bottom. There's been a lot of scientific studies on shungite. And one study said that shungite is an effective sorbent for removing organic and inorganic substances, pathogenic bacteria, and heavy metals from contaminated water. So in a world where people are freaking out and starting to be preppers, they're stocking food and stocking water, all you need is shungite. Because you can literally go out into the most disgusting river water or lake or water source, soak it in shungite. Now, shungite, which is crazy, it's a Mohs hardness 4. I would never put this in water. So many years ago, I was literally in an online communication with a shungite miner in Karelia, Russia. Thank goodness he knew how to speak American. And I was asking him, how the heck do I make the shungite water? And so that's listed in your workbook of how you create the shungite water. Now, he said, you know, you need to take the crystal after a month and you got to soak it in lemon juice, not lemon essential oil, like lemon juice, which is acidic. You have to soak it and dry it. And then every year you got to replace the crystal. The first several times out, you're going to see those bubbles. That's oxygenation right there. So it is going to wear out over time. And then I take that crystal after, and I usually replace it every 9 months. I don't go a full year. I then take that crystal, and that's what I put in front of me and my computers, and I have surrounding my Wi-Fi. It is still powerful, but when it comes to the actual fullerenes for the water and literally purifying water better than clear quartz, I only soak for 9 months. Okay, now real shungite is gonna leave a black residue on your fingers. You can rinse it off and then put it in water, but if you've got black in your water, it's carbon. We are a carbon-based life form. We can drink carbon. It's no big deal. So don't worry about that, but only work with the elite or the noble shungite because it's the highest amount of carbon that makes this as powerful as it is. Now, there's other spiritual aspects. It's very protective. It's very transformative. You can make grids with it, but I love it for EMF protection and making water. So you could make clear quartz shungite water in the same pot at the same time, but if you have a good supply of shungite, and I do have shungite in the store, if you have several pieces of shungite, even if something happens to the American water supply, go to a river, scoop up the water. Like I have a Berkey water filter. It is meant to go into a polluted river and literally filter the water. And then at the bottom, I have shungite and clear quartz. So you're getting multiple cleansing methods. Don't ever feel like you have to stock up on water. Water is plentiful on this planet. Yes, it could be polluted. Yes, stuff could happen to it, this is going to be powerful. So if you want to be a prepper, I'd prep and stock up on shungite. That's my recommendation. So I want you to taste it now. Okay. Oh, and I should have had you had just a regular water. Save a little bit. And when we're done with class, go drink just some regular water, like regular tap water, and taste it compared to this. You can even compare this to like make clear quartz water. Like we did in the first class, we did the comparison between clear quartz, citrine, blue lace agate, and black tourmaline. Do this, make a comparison to clear quartz, taste it compared to just regular tap water that's not filtered, not shungite cleaned. But what do you get when you taste it?
I think it's kind of earthy.
It does, yeah, it does have an earthy because there's lots of minerals. Yeah. To me, feels a little tacky. That's probably not the right word. Like,
Kind of heavy, I think.
yeah,
I mean, water is water, but
yeah. It's got a different feel to it for sure. I almost feel like a film on my teeth. That's mineralization. Our teeth need minerals. So this is powerful for cleaning water. Very powerful for putting the fullerene antioxidant protection around our cells. Okay, we can drink it, our pets can drink it. This is a great way to really reinforce the body from EMF poisoning because we're getting poisoned by EMF all the time. All right, we are done for the day. So we will pick up tomorrow with selenite. We will finish our last 3 crystals. We will go into advanced tools, grids. So for tomorrow, if you can bring to class your piece of hematite, or if you have magnetite, one of those, and if you have a double terminated clear quartz, otherwise just a single terminated, like the biggest piece that you have. I think that's all I need you to have tomorrow. Okay, so we're coming near the end. Yay! All right, any questions before we break?
no.
Okay,
I have a question quick.
yes.
Do you prefer the tumbled or more rough stones? I mean, is there any difference, like energetically wise, between tumbled and rough?
So to me, there's no energetic difference. I will use tumbleds in grids, so making like a flower of life grid. I use tumbleds, like I've got like a tumbled right here of Newmite in front of my computer that, for EMF protection. I don't know if you were here when I talked about Newmite. I have Newmite tumbled on my nightstand for a particular reason. You can put tumbled on the body. But then I can also use the small raw pieces in grids on the body. Obviously the bigger raw pieces I have placed around my house. And I tend to do more meditation with the raw pieces, but then again, like I've got a polished petalite and I'll lay that on the body. So to me, no, I work with all of it. I do like the raw pieces because I can see the crystalline formation in an external showing. So I can see the pyramids, I can see the 6-sided hexagon, I can see all of that. But how I work with them, I work with all of them the same way. It's just personal preference. There's no difference. The polished have the same frequency as the natural.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Be preparing my grocery list.
Yes. All right. So, okay. So we will come back at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. 8 a.m. for you, Melanie. 6 a.m. bright and early for you, Tina. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.